And I turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the March 12th, 2025 Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting. My name is Nicole Tebow, chairperson of the committee meeting today. Before we convene, I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we are accepting public comment. I have advised the meeting moderator to allot 3 minutes to each individual providing comments. We will begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comments by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. Before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions.
This is the moderator. When public comment has opened, you will see instructions on the screen, and we will call on people in order. If you'd like to make a comment, you will find a hand icon along the bottom row of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it will be behind the 3-dot other options. And if you are a call-in user, it will be, you can press *3 to raise your hand. As stated, each person will have 3 minutes to speak. I'll give you a 10-second warning when your time is about to run out. And we do ask that people stay on topic, and that will be for items that are not already on the agenda. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I would now like to take a roll call to establish a quorum. I believe Renee Barker is not attending today. I don't see Renee. Someone let me know if that's incorrect. Trevor Chandler?
Here.
Jeff Hughes?
Present.
Satinder Sandhu?
Present.
And Maria Serpa?
Here.
Thank you. And I am here. A quorum of the committee is established. Before we move to the next agenda item, I would like to remind committee members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. Members, if you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off your camera. Now we can move to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. We will now accept public comments for items not on the agenda. You are not required to identify yourself, but may do so. I would like to remind everyone that the committee cannot take action on these items except to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Members, following review of the public comments for this agenda item, I will ask members to comment on what, if any, items should be placed on a future agenda. As a reminder, this agenda item is not intended to be a discussion, rather an opportunity for members of the committee and members of the public to request consideration of an item for future placement on an agenda, at which time discussion may occur. We would usually begin with public comments for individuals participating in Sacramento, but it's my understanding there's no one there. So we can move right to public comment for individuals participating via WebEx.
That's correct. Thank you. If anyone would like to speak on an item that is not already on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it might be behind the 3-dot other options. If you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. The other option is to look for the question mark icon at the bottom row of your WebEx screen or behind the other options, and click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each person will have 3 minutes with a 10-second warning. Any comments that are for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment features?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I will now bring the discussion back to members. Members, are there any items that you would like to discuss for placement on a future agenda? Okay, seeing none, we can move on to agenda item 3, the petitions for reinstatement of licensure, early termination, or other modifications of penalty. As included on the agenda, we will be considering petitions today. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Administrative Law Judge Heather Rowan to preside over the hearings. Your Honor.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Jabot. Just to clarify, we're going in order as listed on the agenda.
I believe that our first petitioner, maybe didn't have their counsel, so let's see if they're available, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, there good. There I am. Okay.
Yes, Anita, did you want to wait for your counsel?
Yeah, I'll wait. Go ahead and start with somebody else.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
so I'm okay with going to the next person if that works for everyone.
Okay, the next petitioner is Fadi Atef Nassar Abid.
And I have promoted Fadi and his attorney, or Ivan Petrelska.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay. Just so I'm clear on my end, we have the DAG, Ms. Trauma, here present.
Good morning.
Good morning. And counsel for the petitioner?
Present, Ivan Petrzelka.
Okay, thank you. Can you spell your name for me?
Yes,
Petitioner's counsel?
it's Petrzelka. First name Ivan, Ivan.
Thank you. And it's Petrzelka, is that right?
Petrzelka, close.
Petrzelka, is that
Yes.
better?
That's
Okay.
perfect.
Feel free to correct me, thank you. Okay, is there anything we need to discuss before we go on the record this morning? I do have the petition that was uploaded to Case Center. I'm sorry, the petition exhibits that were uploaded to Case Center.
I would like to also request that the moderator promotes Dr. Rafi Simonian, who is in attendance, because he will be a witness.
And Rafi Simonian, you should at this point have an option to unmute yourself at the bottom row of your WebEx screen. Could we do a mic check, please?
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, much better.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, anything else we need to address before we go on the record this morning?
Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, we are on the record before a committee of the Board of Pharmacy to review the petition for early termination of probation by Fadi Atef Nassar Abid, OEH number 2025-020965. My name is Heather Rowan. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Before we went on the record, the committee took roll and established there is a quorum of the committee today. May I take the appearance for the Attorney General, please?
Good morning, Nicole Trauma, Deputy Attorney General.
Thank you. And for petitioner?
Ivan Petrzelka for petitioner Fadi Abid.
Thank you. As I said before we went on the record today, I have the petition packet that was uploaded to Case Center. Do both Ms. Trauma, Mr. Petrzelka, do you have access to those exhibits today, or the petition packet, the one exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And we will start with Ms. Trauma, if you'd like to give an opening statement, overview of the case for the committee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Attorney General Nicole Trauma, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California under Government Code Section 11522. I'll first present a summary of the case, and then I'll mark for identification the petition packet and the related documents. We're here today on a petition for early termination of probation. The underlying accusation alleged petitioner, as the pharmacist in charge at Rivers Edge Pharmacy, committed dishonest and fraudulent acts, knowingly made or signed documents that falsely represented the existence or non-existence of a state of facts, transferred and warehoused expired and unexpired drugs, allowed pharmacy technicians and clerks to sign for and receive dangerous drugs while unauthorized to do so, and engaged in unprofessional conduct. Effective August 24th, 2022, his pharmacist license was revoked, the revocation was stayed, and the license was placed on probation for 3 years, subject to terms and conditions in the decision. To date, petitioner has been compliant with quarterly reporting to the board, payment of an administrative fine in the amount of $3,500. He has been compliant with payments for probation monitoring. He has completed years 1 and 2 of the remedial education coursework, and he also completed the ethics course. Petitioner has now filed a petition for early termination of probation, and included in the petition are the following documents. We have 7 letters of recommendation. All 7 were verified by board staff. He submitted continuing education certificates, as well as a personal statement and a cover letter from his attorney. Exhibit 1 is the petition packet, which includes the documents I just described that were attached to his packet, as well as the notice of hearing, the license history certification, the memorandum to the board, and the underlying decision and order. Members have received a copy of the same set of exhibits, as well as petitioner and petitioner's counsel. And the redacted petition packet has been filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings and uploaded to Case Center. The entire packet is Bates labeled AGO 001 through AGO 129, and in Case Center it's A1 through A129. At this point, we request that that be marked as Exhibit 1 and admitted into evidence.
Mr. Petrozelka, any objection to
No
Exhibit
objection,
1?
Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's now an opportunity for petitioner and his counsel to address.
Thank you. Mr. Petrozelka, would you like to give a statement?
Yes, Your Honor. It's brief. Honorable Judge and honorable members of the board, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this petition for early termination of probation on behalf of Dr. Fadi Abaid. We acknowledge that these petitions are granted sparingly and only when the petitioner demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence that he or she has been fully rehabilitated. And we sincerely believe that this is the case today. We acknowledge the board's mandate of public protection, and we're here today without any sense of entitlement, but we're merely here with a humble request for reprieve for the conditions that, for the reasons that will be outlined in Mr. Abaid's testimony. As Ms. Trauma mentioned in her opening statement, Dr. Abaid had been signed probation for 3 years, effective August 24th, 2022. And the principal causes for discipline were outlined in Ms. Trauma's opening statement. Although Dr. Abaid was not necessarily the primary decision maker in the actions that led to his probation, he was acting as the pharmacist in charge, and therefore he was responsible for any and all deficiencies that may have occurred at the aforementioned pharmacy, and he accepts that responsibility freely. We acknowledge the fact that mere compliance with the probation is not sufficient to grant this petition. Nevertheless, as Ms. Trama mentioned, Dr. Abate has been fully compliant with all terms and conditions up until today. We believe that Dr. Abate's exemplary conduct during his first 2 years of probation will give sufficient grounds for granting this petition. As the testimony will show, Dr. Abate has gone above and beyond of his call of duty during his practice, and has been continuously involved in various efforts to improve the pharmacy processes to meet or exceed the expectations of both patients and the regulatory agencies. The conduct that led to Dr. Abate's probation has occurred more than 5 years ago, and Dr. Abate has been continuously involved in rehabilitation and mitigation measures. And therefore, we believe that at this point of time, no additional margin of safety would be provided by continuing probation for Dr. Abate. And with this, I would like to call Dr. Abate to testify on his behalf.
Dr. Abate, I'm going to swear you in and then allow your counsel to ask some questions. Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Will you please say and spell your name for the record?
My name is Fadi Ebaid. First name is F-A-D-I. Last name is E-B-E-I-D.
All right, thank you. Mr. Petrozelka.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Abate.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how long have you been practicing pharmacy, or how long have you been a pharmacist?
So I graduated in 2006 in Egypt. I'm a foreign pharmacist, and all my family are pharmacists. So my father is a pharmacist, both my brothers are pharmacists, my wife is a pharmacist, my in-laws are pharmacists. So we all come from a very dedicated pharmacy background. I always was working with my dad in the pharmacy in Egypt, and in Egypt is a little bit different than here. The pharmacist in Egypt is like they can advise patients, diagnose patients, prescribe medications, interpret labs, a lot of things. And he was always gaining the respect and the love of all the people over there, and this is what pushed me to this career. Then when I moved to the States, I got my pharmacist license in October of 2013. And then I was offered the position of the pharmacist in charge in the pharmacy that I'm currently in probably June or July of 2014. So just a few months after I became a pharmacist. And I have been working in that pharmacy since then.
Okay, thank you. And what is your current primary area of practice?
So the pharmacy I'm currently in, it's mainly a sterile compounding, home infusion pharmacy, and a specialty pharmacy. I stepped down from the pharmacist in charge position after the probation, but right now I work as a clinical pharmacist and a special project manager.
Okay, thank you. And so at present, you've been on probation for a little over 2 years. Could you speak a little bit to the principal causes for discipline that led to your probation?
Definitely. I mean, so the pharmacy that I was the pharmacist in charge for, I became the pharmacist in charge a few months after I became a pharmacist, and I wasn't working at that pharmacy at that time. So when I took the position as pharmacist in charge, it was my first time working at that pharmacy. So Of course, lack of experience didn't work in this pharmacy before, didn't know the ins and outs of the pharmacy. Unfortunately, under my time as a pharmacist in charge, I allowed, or not allowed, but under my time, there was some distribution of limited distribution drugs that had some restrictions in their distribution, and some medications that were taken back from a doctor for destruction, and sometimes technicians signed for medication deliveries that were delivered by FedEx or UPS, like courier services. I should have known better. I should have had safeguards in place. I should have had auditing tools in place to make sure that this never happened. But regrettably, this is what happened.
So if I understand your statement correctly, essentially you allowed your professional judgment lapse and you did not exercise the necessary due diligence that a pharmacist in charge should have exercised. Is that correct?
This is absolutely correct. Unfortunately, the lack of experience played a huge role in that. This is not an excuse, of course. Like, my position as a pharmacist in charge should have been in full force from day one, making sure that these lapses and judgments didn't happen, making sure these infractions didn't happen. And I totally take the responsibility for that.
So in your school of pharmacy or in your prior formal training as a pharmacist, did you receive any training on how to be the pharmacist in charge?
Not at all, because as I mentioned, I graduated from Egypt. They don't have this concept over there. I did, of course, pass my NAPLEX exams, my CPG exams with flying colors, but this was not even a part of the study material. My time as a pharmacist in charge, even though I was always walking around with Wiseman's law book and my lab coat, making sure that I reference everything before I even take any action. But again, the lack of experience is a huge thing. Was not exposed to anything like that before. Didn't work under a pharmacist in charge except for a very little time before I took this opportunity to be a pharmacist in charge in that pharmacy.
Okay. So now that we know why you failed, what did you do to make sure that you won't fail again in the event that you would be put in a similar position in the future?
This might sound a little bit cheesy, but I mean, the probation, even though it was a painful experience, but it allowed me to change 180 degrees. The probation allowed me to get exposed to a lot of things that I wasn't gonna get exposed to unless it happened. So I did a lot of rehabilitation measures. I focused in two main aspects. I focused on the regulatory compliance and law compliance. So this is one thing. The other thing I focused on was my clinical development. For the regulatory and the law compliance, we were working as a part of the settlement agreement to work with a consultant pharmacist to review our policies and procedures and our operation, make sure that everything is compliant. I was so privileged to work with Dr. Simonian. This guy has like wealth of information. I'm literally lucky to be working with him during that time. Dr. Simonian is that person, if you ask him a question, he doesn't give you an answer, but he gives you a presentation. So like the history of the question, what is entails, how this is related to the operation, how is it applied? And this is a very important thing not just the law aspect, but how the law is applied.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, during
could you speak a little bit more about your specific training, or what have you done specifically with respect to being able to act as the pharmacist in charge and understanding where you failed? And what have you done to prevent that failure in the future?
Of course. So with Dr. Simonian's visits, he would always audit our process and audit our policies and procedures and give us feedback. And his feedback, I always take what he points out. I make trainings, presentations, and I present this to the whole team of the pharmacy to make sure that everything that we're learning or everything we're pointing out, we are adapting and we are training everyone on right away. So this is from the compliance perspective. For my personal development, I seeked a lot of professional training. So because we are a sterile compounding pharmacy, we work with a lot of vulnerable patient population. So first thing I focused on was to gain more knowledge about the compounding and sterile compounding and what this entails. So I enrolled in a course certificate with the PCCA, and I passed this course. It was more than 30 hours, I guess. A lot of seminars, live seminars, hands-on training, more than 20 hours, I would say, of home study material. I also, because we dispense a lot of prescriptions for IVIG medication, which again, it's a medication for a very vulnerable population, chronic disease states. So I wanted to make sure that I polish my knowledge and be the best at it, if I may say. So I seeked professional certification in that. Again, through the IVIG, I became an IVIG specialty certified pharmacist. Again, this is also a very rigorous course with, I think, more than 30 hours and a very hard exam. This helped me a lot with my patients, and I don't know if I can share an example or many examples that how this course helped me with patients to prevent side effects, to manage side effects, to make sure that they get the right product, to present the correct facts to the insurance. Sometimes an insurance would have a specific brand on their formulary that wouldn't work with the patient or might cause harm to the patient. I recently had a patient like that they were trying to push the patient on a specific brand. And after reviewing the patient labs and low IgA levels, this brand would have caused side effects to the patient. And I was able to present these facts to the insurance to convince them to get the correct brand to the patient. Right now, also, I'm working on getting my certificate as a board certified sterile compounding pharmacist. So this is through the board of the specialty pharmacies. It is, again, a very rigorous course. I think it's 40 hours of study materials and live webinars, and I'm sitting for my exam next month.
Okay, thank you. So in your petition presents, somewhat unique case because your probation at this point of time is set to terminate on its own in, I think, 6 months, if I remember correctly. Why are you petitioning the board for early termination?
So I wanted to personally express and show to the board members that I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago. To personally present my remorse and personally present my rehabilitation effort. I don't think there was any other setting that I can show this other than in this petition. So thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the time and the opportunity to allow me to do that. Also, another reason, my mom has some health issues. She was involved in a very serious car accident last year, intracranial hemorrhage, and affected her completely. So I want to take time to be able to travel overseas and visit her in Egypt. And I don't want this to toll my probation to unknown time, especially that I'm almost done. Another reason also is last year my wife was a pharmacist, applied to open a pharmacy for a pharmacist for a pharmacy license, and her application was closed because her husband is in probation, even though I have no ownership or control in her pharmacy, but just the fact I'm the husband, I'm in probation, her application was withdrawn.
Okay.
One last thing, if I may add, also because the pharmacy that I'm working in right now, we lost PPM contracts. This is usually happen when employees or owners are on probation. So we lost PPM contracts that affected our pharmacy as well.
Okay. So the pharmacy where you currently work is also on probation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and if I understand it correctly, they're also petitioning for early termination, but their petition has not been scheduled yet. Okay.
This is correct.
So the terms and condition of your disciplinary order allowed you to continue work in your position as the pharmacist in charge of Rivers Edge Pharmacy, but my understanding from what you said earlier is that you're no longer in that position. Can you tell us what prompted your decision to step down?
Correct. So as I mentioned earlier, I didn't work under a pharmacist in charge, and a lot of duties of the pharmacist in charge comes with exposures. It's not just the knowledge that you can get from the book, but the exposure and the experience that you can gain on the job. So unfortunately, I didn't have this experience. So I decided to step down and work under a more experienced pharmacist in charge, so I can learn firsthand all these things that I lacked. I was so fortunate to work with someone who had very strong experience and worked with a big corporate. So I was learning firsthand from him. And even though I'm not the pharmacist in charge, but I'm very involved with him in training, in compliance, and auditing. So all this work too.
So you're still involved in the process improvements in your pharmacy?
I am. So in addition to being a clinical pharmacist, I have the title of special project manager. And what this entails as a part of my duties is the continuous training of the team. I held daily meetings Monday to Friday, every day at 9 a.m. with all the staff to review compliance, train them on other aspects, on the application of the law, on the customer service. Everything that was presented to us from Dr. Simonian or anything that gets pointed out, we make sure that we address it with the whole team. Continuous training, continuous auditing, and repeating the process.
Have you taken any specific training that would address the duties and responsibilities of pharmacists in charge?
So in addition to working with this more experienced pharmacist in charge and shadowing him on a daily basis and working side by him, I've also reviewed the PIC course that was offered by the Board of Pharmacy. So I understand this one is not adopted yet, but I have studied the presentation and the material as well. So every opportunity that I have to polish my skills, I take this opportunity.
Okay. Would you say that your probationary term for the first 2 years, would you say that it was beneficial to you and your staff in terms of your ability to train them and to provide leadership in the area of pharmacy compliance?
It was very, very beneficial. It allowed us to focus more on the defects that we have, focus more on making sure that we dedicate the time for the training and dedicate the time to address it, dedicate the time to do the auditing for our policies and procedures, and making sure that what is actually written in our policies and procedures is actually what we do. I think if it wasn't for the probation, operation would have continued and maybe would have more deficiencies. But thanks to the probation, even though it's a painful process, it allowed us to make sure that this has become our main focus. So we did all of that.
Okay. After your license is restored, do you plan on resuming your duties as the pharmacist in charge, or what are your plans for the future?
So after my pharmacist license is restored, I'm very confident that with the training and with the exposure that I had, I can be the pharmacist in charge again. I'm still seeking more development in some other areas. So as I said, I'm seeking the to be a board certified specialty pharmacist. I'm sorry, serial compounding pharmacist. And after that, I'm looking for another certification, which is to be board certified infectious disease pharmacist. After those certifications, I'll consider taking the position again. But as of right now, I'm very confident that I'm totally rehabilitated. I'm very knowledgeable about the law, the regulations, and the compliance.
Okay, but you don't plan to resume the duties of pharmacist in charge in foreseeable future?
Not right now.
Okay.
After I get these licenses.
It appears that you intend to be more focused on the clinical aspects of your profession. Is that correct?
This is totally correct. When you are a pharmacist in charge, sometimes you don't have the time to work in your personal development. So I want to make sure that I take care of this first.
Okay. In your affidavit and with the petition packet, you've submitted quite extensive outline of various rehabilitation efforts. In the interest of time, could you just give us a brief highlight of the items that you consider most important in your rehabilitation?
So the most important items is working with Dr. Simonian. It was kind of like private tutoring pretty much in the aspects of the laws and regulations. So this enlightened us a lot with the laws and the application of the law. The ethics course, it also showed us vulnerabilities, where's the things that might get perceived incorrectly with the regulatory boards, and then the professional development that I did. So my certificate for the IG, certified pharmacist, my certificate that I'm working on right now to be certified or board certified serial compounding pharmacist.
Okay. Do you believe that your mitigation and rehabilitation efforts were sufficient? Do you believe that you've demonstrated your rehabilitation so the board could grant your petition at this time?
I'm confident that I did everything that can possibly be done to make sure that I familiarize myself with the laws, with the regulations, not to be as naive or unexperienced as I was. So this era has passed. If I go back 2 years and meet the previous fatty, I wouldn't recognize myself. So I'm very confident that I'm totally rehabilitated and showing the evidence for that.
Okay, thank you. And do you also believe that you can safely practice pharmacy without the board's oversight and supervision?
I'm very confident that I can safely practice my duties as a pharmacist with no board oversight. I do this on daily basis with my patients that we service all the time.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Trauma, do you have questions for the petitioner?
Yes, thank you. Doctor, you were the pharmacist in charge at Rivers Edge Pharmacy from 2014 to 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever had any ownership in that pharmacy?
No, never.
In your affidavit that's attached to your petition, you say that Rivers Edge Pharmacy participated in arrangements for distribution of certain specialty drugs in a manner that was inconsistent with applicable laws and regulations. What do you mean by that?
So even though I was not a part of this arrangement or these contracts, there was something called limited distribution medications. And to be able to access this medication, a doctor or a medical director needed to oversee it. A part that I didn't know at that time was this medication needed to be dispensed only for this doctor's patients. But little I knew about this arrangement, I allowed this medication to be dispensed with prescriptions, of course, but to patients of other providers. So this is the arrangement about that.
Okay. So Rivers Edge Pharmacy had agreements with wholesalers to purchase specialty oncology drugs at discounted prices that were supposed to be given only to those affiliated physicians with respect to those patients and not to other patients.
Correct.
Okay. And you were not, you said something to the effect of like you weren't involved in this decision. Can you elaborate on that?
Correct. So these contracts with wholesalers doesn't go through the pharmacist in charge. It doesn't require my signature. It doesn't require me to review it. So I know at that point from my end, I know that I have to get medications from a licensed wholesaler in the state of California. So this is what I thought was happening, which was true. I'm getting it from wholesaler license in the state of California, but I didn't know about the special arrangement of, oh, it needs to be for this doctor only and for the prescriptions that's written by this doctor only. When I get a prescription for a patient, we review it for this is the right medication for the right diagnosis. I give it to my inventory team to order the medication, and then we dispense it.
So if you weren't involved in that decision-making process, then who was making the decisions?
I think this was done like on a corporate level. So not through the pharmacy.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware that there were these special arrangements?
I became aware after the investigation. Prior to that, I didn't know, like we're receiving the medication at the pharmacy, we're purchasing it from the wholesaler, we're signing for it, we're dispensing it. Nothing was like a red flag that, oh, there's something that should have done differently.
Okay. Now, the accusation also described how Rivers Edge Pharmacy was transferring expired and unexpired oncology drugs from a person by the initials of VA who was not licensed and was warehousing the drugs. What do you have any knowledge about this practice, and can you elaborate on it?
Yes. So at one point of time, there was this person, VA. This is an oncologist. It's a doctor that we work with. And this doctor had expired medications that she didn't know how to dispose of. Um, Unfortunately, we worked as the middleman, connecting the doctor to the reverse distributor. And while working as this middleman, we received these medications in the pharmacy to give it to the reverse distributor. Of course, I totally know that this is incorrect. I shouldn't have allowed my lapse in judgment to allow this. This should have happened away from the pharmacy. Like the reverse distributor goes to the doctor's office and they do the transaction away from the pharmacy.
Did you know that that was wrong at the time you were doing it?
So my lapse in judgment that happened at that time, or not the lapse in judgment, but the lack of safeguards is I didn't review the so after the reverse distributor takes the expired medication, they give us like a report of what they picked up from the pharmacy. Unfortunately, I didn't review this report until days after this transaction happened. I know that it's incorrect to accept medication from any entity other than licensed wholesaler, but I didn't have the safeguards in place.
You state in your affidavit that your failures could have caused public harm. What kind of public harm could you have caused?
So imagine if any of these expired medication, or none, even if they were not expired medication, were circulated. We don't know how this medication was stored. We don't know what is the origin of this medication. We don't know if they came from reliable sources or not. If these medications were incorrectly, redistributed, this could have caused harm to the public.
Okay. Now, you got your pharmacist license in October of 2013, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you became the pharmacist in charge at River's Edge less than a year later in July of 2014. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And looking back on it, do you think you were ready to become a PIC at the time that you took on that role?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Unfortunately, I was very eager to develop my just started career. And little I know, I thought this was a great opportunity to advance in my career at very, young age and at the very start of the career. But if I would advise my colleagues or like anybody else, like you can't be a pharmacist in charge if you didn't work under a professional pharmacist in charge for at least a few years, and to work in the same setting that you're applying for. I was even working as a pharmacist in a different setting before I became the pharmacist in charge in that setting.
So the violations in this case occurred between 2017 and 2020, right?
I believe so, maybe 2018. Yeah.
Okay. But at the time the violations had started, you had already been the pharmacist in charge for a couple years, right?
Correct. Yes.
Did those years give you the experience or knowledge to stop violations that are happening at your pharmacy?
The reason I mentioned it's important to work under a more experienced pharmacist in charge than doing it yourself is because you can't learn on the job. Not for this role. I mean, there's a lot of things you can learn on the job, but not for this role. For this role, you shouldn't learn by exposure. You should know what you're doing from the beginning. And you have the correct safeguards in place, you have the correct policies and procedures in place, even though if you have been in this role for some time. If I've been a pharmacist in charge for 5-6 years and I wasn't exposed to a certain situation, this situation is new to me. So this is why these lapses in judgments happened. I wasn't exposed to this before, but now I know where the safeguards should be. Now I know where the due diligence should be. So this is how I learned from my mistake.
Now, you still work at Rivers Edge Pharmacy, correct?
I do, correct.
So many times probationers will start fresh at a new pharmacy to distance themselves from the place where it got them disciplined. Why did you decide to continue to work at Rivers Edge after this?
Because in my opinion, the infractions that happened was because of lack of knowledge or lack of having safeguards rather than having an ill intention to do something incorrect. So the owners of the pharmacy that I work in, they're very rigorous with compliance, with policies and procedures. They hire consultants all the time. They make sure that we get accredited with different accrediting bodies. Like since I started, we seeked URAC accreditation, we seeked ACHC accreditation, we seeked NABB accreditation, and we are accredited with all of those because we want to make sure that we're providing top-notch service to our patients. So this is why I continue to work in this pharmacy. So we can all develop together and better understanding of our roles.
Okay. Do you plan to continue to work at Rivers Edge if your probation is terminated?
Yes, as long as I have the chance to, yes.
Okay. Now, you've been compliant with all the terms and conditions of your probation, correct?
Yes.
And Rivers Edge has been getting inspected regularly by a board inspector?
Yes, correct.
Has the board inspector brought any issues about your pharmacy practices to your attention?
So in the very beginning, the inspector would mention some best practices, and that we would adopt these best practices right away. And again, things that I wouldn't even think about, I can give you examples. Like, for example, when we receive medications from a wholesaler, we have empty totes of medications, and we keep these empty totes outside the pharmacy. So the inspector on the first day, she was asking me, why you were keeping this empty totes outside, why they're not inside? At that point, I didn't understand what is the difference. Like, it's empty totes, it doesn't have medication. But because of her experience and what she saw before, she know that some people might divert. They can hide some medications in these totes outside the pharmacy and then pick it up when they're leaving. Again, things like this, I wouldn't know, it wouldn't cross my mind. So I would fix this practice right away. The sterile compounding bags, she recommended that we add like a plastic seal at the end of the bag as a proof that, you know, there was no tampering happening to the bag after the pharmacist checked it. So we take this action right away. We purchased the seals and we applied it right away. So there wasn't infractions that she pointed out, but she always pointed best practices that we always adopted right away.
Okay, thank you. And the Rivers Edge has been also had a independent consultant who's been reviewing practices. That's Dr. Siminian.
Correct.
Okay. Has Dr. Siminian ever brought any concerns about your pharmacy practice to your attention?
So again, it wasn't concerns, but it was best practices that we always adopted right away. So it's like if you have, for example, we quarantine expired medication in a specific spot, and we label it expired medication on the top. He suggested that best practice is to label the whole thing, so nothing can get added by mistake to this stack of medications. So to make sure the whole part is labeled as expired medications. So best practices that we always adopted right away, and we train the team on right away.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Ms. Trema. Mr. no, I've forgotten. Mr. Peterzelka.
No worries.
Right?
I have no further
Did you
questions
have
for this
anything
witness,
further
Your
before
Honor.
we go?
Pardon me?
Do you have anything further before I ask the board if they have questions for
No,
Mr.
I have
Hughes?
no further questions for Dr. Abate.
Okay, thank you. I would like to turn to the board committee for questions. I'm going to go down the list of who's here, and I'll end with the committee chair, Dr. Tabot. So starting with Mr. Chandler, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Hughes?
The only thing that I would request was, hello?
Go ahead.
I was just curious, the best practices that were referred to as other things that were brought to his attention, to Fadi's attention, were those infractions to the code or the law, or were they just kind of a learning moment that would usually occur with an inspection?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Hughes. So there is something called standards of the law. So standards of the law, like you have to comply with it to the dot. And then there's something called best practices. Best practices is like you're compliant with the law, but it will be better for your practice if you do it this way. When you do things according to the best practices, it guarantees that there's no issues that would arise, but it doesn't consider that if you didn't have these practices as an infraction of the law.
Understood. But the question, what I'm looking for was the things that you learned in those contacts with the inspectors. They weren't infractions. They were, this is how to do it maybe safer and better.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Sandhu?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have one question for Fadi. So first of all, thank you so much for giving detailed information about the proactive things that you've done, education, and so on. And I'm sorry about your mother's conditions, and I hope, it's good help. My question is that reading through some of the documents, the Cardinal Health invoices that you were receiving, it had clearly on there, customer does not and will not distribute prescription pharmaceutical products purchased from Cardinal into the secondary market, and it was labeled as own use. When you received those invoices, what did you make of that statement? I understand that you said that your lack of experience sometimes contributed to lapses in this. So how do you reconcile a clearly marked invoice that states that?
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. So, do you know how when you have like a new iPhone or like download a new app or something, and you have to go through this statement that you approve their agreements in order to use their app or their phone? So in my mind at that time is that this is a standard, that legal wording that has to be on all invoices. It didn't raise anything or any flags with me. Like, we're purchasing a medication to dispense it to patients. So my understanding to this statement is like, you can't act as a wholesaler and sell it to other pharmacies, but the expectation from procuring medication to a wholesaler is to dispense it by a prescription. So this statement didn't raise any flags with me at all at that time. Again, my understanding was you're purchasing it from the wholesaler to dispense it by prescription. The word for own use didn't click at all because I'm not going to use the medication myself. I'm going to dispense it per prescription order. So there's ambiguity in the wording or the phrasing didn't cause me to pay attention to it.
Thank you for the clarification. Also, to follow up, how do you now have changed yourself so that when you see something that you don't understand, that you, such as this statement or a new, in case of new law, or we're constantly changing. For example, you stated that you're going to be taking board certification courses. When you don't understand it, not be assuming, and how would you get those clarifications? What kind of safeguards you have put in place so that this doesn't happen again?
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. Of course, of course. I mean, the board, of course, provide this amazing resource for the Ask the Inspector. If there's something that comes up. Also, our company hires consultants and compliance officers. And we also always in touch since the probation. And then this is our practice that continued after that is with the legal counselors. So whenever there's something that we're not sure about, something we are in doubt, something that's vague, we run it by them, make sure that everything is done up to the dot all the time. And even if we get an answer from someone that has, a maybe, we run it by another consultant or another counselor to make sure that what we're doing is the correct thing. I have worked really, really hard on my license, and I take extreme pride of what I do and helping my patients, and I will never do anything that would jeopardize my license again.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Serpa?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Dr. Aved, I was pleased to hear you talked about the board's PIC training program. What did you think of it, and how do you think it'll be used by new PICs or potentially people who are going to become a PIC?
Thank you, Dr. Serpa. I think the course is a very good starting point to make sure that the new PIC is aware of their job responsibilities, they're aware of their due diligence that they have, they're aware of how any lapse in any of their duties can cause harm, and this how it shouldn't happen. It's a great starting point, but in my personal opinion, I believe for a pharmacist to work as a PIC, they need to work under someone with enough experience for some time in the setting that they're gonna sit in or they're gonna take the role in.
Thank you. My next question is regarding your CEs, and I know it's kind of odd, but the petition includes the last 2 years of CEs, which is kind of out of sync with your license 2-year period. So your license 2-year period ends, I understand, in July of 2025, so a few months from now. And so my question is about, are you aware of the required CEs for pharmacist licensure, the required types of CEs? There's 3 of them. Are you aware of those?
Yes, Dr. Serpa, I'm aware. So the law and ethics, the law and ethics course that is provided by the board, and also 30 hours of CEs.
Right. There's a new one also about cultural competency.
Oh, sorry, and the cultural competency and diversity. Sorry.
That's a new one, and we're still trying to get the word out. But I wanted to just find out if you took the ethics course, but just wanted to find, it wasn't listed in your CEs, but you still have time, so it's not a requirement. about the law and the cultural competency every 2 years to make sure that you accomplish that before your next licensure period?
Thank you, Dr. Serba. I did complete it back in January, and I have the certificate of completion too. Maybe
Great.
I just didn't include it. Sorry about that.
No problem. Your CEs that you sent to us were through August of 2024. So I'm very pleased that you've done that and you're ready for your next license period. Thank you and best of luck.
Appreciate it.
All right, Dr. Chabot, any questions for the petitioner?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being with us today, Dr. Abid. I wanted to ask, I know we've touched on it already, but at any point, did you, let me go back a little bit. In reading this, it appeared to me that these practices existed prior to you working at this pharmacy and becoming PIC. At any point, did you question these practices or other practices that were there prior to the inspection and findings?
Thank you, Dr. Thibault. So to be very honest with you, I think I didn't get the correct information from the correct sources. So of course, we're getting the invoices from the wholesaler. It has the pharmacy name, it has the pharmacy address, and it has a doctor's name also in the invoice. Of course, I'm receiving the invoices and I read the doctor name, like I noticed it, like I can see it. And then I think when I asked the inventory people, like why there's a doctor name on our invoices, even though like next to the pharmacy name. So they told me, oh, because some of these medications requires to have a medical director, and this is our medical director that is, allowing us to order these medications. Of course, the correct action to do at that point of time is to review the contract, see if there's any restrictions that were on having a doctor name on an invoice. I mean, it wasn't something that I saw with other invoices, for example. See if there's any compliance issues needed. Again, at that point of time, I didn't raise these questions, but now I know much better than that.
So you did notice something, but you were provided with a reasonable explanation at the time. Got it. Okay. That was the only question I had for you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Anything else from the board? Okay. Mr. Pederzelka, would you like to, I say it wrong again? You just smiled. Do you want to call your witness or do you have further questions for the petitioner?
I have no further questions for the petitioner, but I would like to call Dr. Rafi Simonian to testify on behalf of Dr. Abed.
All right. Good morning, sir. Is it Simonian? Am I saying that properly?
You're doing better with my name than with Ivan's name. Thank you for that.
I'm having a block about it, apparently. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Will you please say and spell your name for the record?
Rafi Simonian, R-A-F-F-I-S-I-M-O-N-I-A-N.
All right, thank you. Okay, counsel, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Simonian. Could you please tell us approximately how long have you known Dr. Abed and in what capacity do you know him?
So I first met Dr. Abed when I was hired by an attorney that was representing the owners of the pharmacy in the accusation and the negotiation for the stipulated settlement with the board. And that was in 2022. So I was acting as an expert witness to support the pharmacy in their negotiations with the Board of Pharmacy. At that point, and so I was aware of the accusation and all that, met Dr. Ebay at that time. Subsequently, I was approved by the Board of Pharmacy to be the consultant pharmacist for the probationers in this case, which were Dr. Ebay, Dr. Benjamin, Genevieve Benjamin, and Dr. Hani Benjamin, and Rivers Edge Pharmacy. And starting in October of 2023, I made monthly inspection visits to Rivers Edge Pharmacy to conduct my inspections, and then did my reports, et cetera, et cetera. And I've done 26 of those visits since that time.
Could you briefly outline your qualifications to serve as the compliance consultant for pharmacy on probation?
Sure. So the main criteria the board has that you're a pharmacist in good standing in the state of California. So I've been a pharmacist in good standing in the state of California for 45 years and continue to the present day. From 1979 to 2018, I was the pharmacist in charge, or the clinical pharmacist at University of California, San Diego Medical Center. And for the last 25 years of my tenure there, I was the pharmacist in charge of 2 hospital pharmacies, 1 hospital-based retail pharmacy, and 5 sterile compounding pharmacies. Thirdly, I was on the Board of Pharmacy from 1991 to 1998, and I served as the president of the board from 1993 to 1994. And finally, I've testified twice on behalf of the board at administrative hearings in issues where licensees failed to follow their corresponding responsibility when they were dispensing controlled substances to their patients.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned earlier that you've conducted 26 inspections or visits to Rivers Edge Pharmacy. During your visits and during the various interactions with the pharmacy staff, did you have the opportunity to observe Dr. Abaid and his practices and his rehabilitation efforts?
Yes.
Would you outline the scope of these interactions and your general findings?
Absolutely. So when I got the engagement, and I got the engagement letter from the board, it highlighted what I was required to do. My requirements were twofold. One was to ensure that the pharmacy was following federal and state laws and regulations. And number 2 was to focus on the areas that were found in the accusation to ensure that there were policies, procedures, systems, education and training and oversight to ensure those would never be repeated again. So what I did is, at the beginning, is we did it. So when I visited the pharmacy, usually would be a 4 to 5 hour visit. The CEO, who's also on probation, Dr. Genevieve Benjamin, the Mr. Ebaid, and at times other individuals within the leadership of the organization would meet with me for that time frame. And we would start out by looking at every aspect of the accusation and revising policies and procedures to put procedures in place so that every staff member would be following the procedures daily. And these things that occurred in the accusation would not occur again. And then the second thing we did is, and again, I say we, because it was an extremely collaborative process. Dr. Ebaid was fully engaged. He never had any pushback. He took all the suggestions, as he was the pharmacist in charge at the time, for at least a year while I was starting my inspections. And in fact, the entire leadership team was completely open and wanted to make sure that it has systems in place to make sure that the pharmacy would never be in violation of any federal or state law, and particularly the ones that were identified in the accusation. So that was kind of what we did. I also went through their self-assessments. This pharmacy requires 2 self-assessments. And one is the self-assessment for outpatient pharmacy, and the second is a self-assessment for a sterile compounding pharmacy. Went through every aspect of those, and then went through questions that I would have, because I was a PIC for 25 years, and I understand the responsibilities of being a PIC, and so I wanted to make sure that I saw evidence that all these key areas where there might be problems that I've observed with other pharmacies or my own pharmacy were not in existence, or there were structures in place to make sure they wouldn't be in existence at that pharmacy. So that was the general gist of what happened. At each time, I would recommend that a policy be potentially updated. And I would ask if they would want to update them, the leadership team, to do it. They would always ask me to do it because they, I didn't want to use their money inefficiently. So I wanted to make sure that they use their resources efficiently, but they'd always ask me, and then we'd collaborate on that. The policy would go into in front of the governing body for the organization, for the pharmacy. And then once adopted, then Mr. Abaid would make sure that it was, or Dr. Abaid would make sure that it was implemented, staff were trained, and that there were oversight to make sure that the policy was followed. Okay. So I'll highlight 3 key ones that that we worked on that would speak to some of the issues that were raised today. One is there was in the accusation there was Deputy Attorney General Trauma mentioned earlier that the drugs were received in the pharmacy from a legitimate wholesaler, but they were signed for by someone other than the pharmacist. So I went through and looked through their processes. We wrote a new policy together. And so basically we wrote a policy such that if the common courier, like a FedEx, shows up at the pharmacy and the buyer or the technician or the clerk says, I'm going to get the pharmacist to sign this, and the person left the package there without letting the pharmacist sign it, then that drug would be quarantined away from the drug supply. The wholesaler would be called to pick the supply back up. They would not allow any receipt of any drug that wasn't signed for by a pharmacist. So we put that policy in place. Dr. Abaid trained the staff. I actually quizzed the staff about it afterwards. And then from every visit then on, I looked at approximately 10 to 20 invoices to make sure that they were signed by the pharmacist. And I didn't find a single invoice over the last 2.5 years that wasn't signed by the pharmacist. So that's one example. But we did that for all the 4 key accusation items. I looked at all the contracts with the wholesalers to ensure there were no inducements, there were no contracts that were being not followed according to the law. And so we did that. I looked at their reverse distributor policy and how they take drugs, and they don't take drugs anymore from outside sources that are not legitimate. So we did that. The other 2 areas I want to highlight that we worked on that were big projects were USP 797, which defines sterility requirements for compounded sterile preparations, was updated in November of 2023. And for a year prior to that, we went through, well, for the entire time I was engaged with them, we went through that process to make sure that when it was implemented, and in fact, I mentioned the wrong day, it was November 2024, when it was implemented, that there were policies and procedures in place to make sure that that implementation was following the federal guidelines. And then on top of that, Dr. Ubaid was the one who trained the staff on that, ensured that they were up to date on those things. And then the organization, the leadership team decided to purchase a IV workflow tracking system to ensure 24/7 real-time compliance with USP 797. And that in fact was implemented, and that in fact has improved patient safety because errors have been identified during the process, because the process is there to ensure that drugs are prepared according to the potency and purity and sterility of USP 797. And then finally, there was a new law also that was implemented last year to its full extent, even though it's kind of been stop-start, but there was the Drug Supply Chain and Security Act to ensure that all drugs come from a legitimate source and that the chain of custody has been verified to ensure there's no counterfeit drugs introduced into the drug chain. And so again, we did an updated policy on that. It was implemented. And then the leadership team purchased a software program to help them ensure that. And also we used visual cues with the staff receiving the drugs to ensure they could tell immediately if the drug was legitimate and not counterfeit. And part of that process was there was one shipment identified that potentially was not legitimate, and it was quarantined until it was confirmed that it was legitimate. So again, this is kind of, as a PIC myself, I was responsible for the 24/7 operations of the pharmacy and make sure that nobody was harmed by anything that could have been prevented by policies and procedures that should have been in place. So I brought that same thought process to River's Edge Pharmacy. And again, everything we did together was implemented, and it put a structure in place where I'm confident now that that 24, when they're during the operating hours at all times, there are policies, procedure, instruction in place to make sure that the laws follow. In addition, the leadership team hired, on my recommendation, an outside consultant who's currently the director of pharmacy at University of California, San Francisco. And that person also is now doing auditing. And so if the board grants, which I recommend, grants Dr. Ubaid's petition, there's going to be another person there when I'm no longer going to the pharmacy to do something similar to what I'm doing currently.
Thank you. When you've served as a compliance consultant for other pharmacies, so when you compare Dr. Ubaid's rehabilitation efforts and the pharmacy's rehabilitation efforts to similarly situated pharmacists on probation and pharmacies on probation, how would you rate Dr. Ubaid's rehabilitation efforts?
Well, I would say that, I've served as a consultant, but I've also served as an expert witness for 30 different pharmacies that have had accusations in front of the board. And what I've found is, if I, to compare it, is there seems to be a pretty widespread lack of knowledge amongst pharmacists in charge about what their responsibilities are and how to conduct those responsibilities. And even after I educated these folks prior to them getting stipulated settlements with the board, I found it these are very smart, highly educated people, found it many times difficult to convince them that they needed to change their procedures to ensure that this never happened again. This was not, Dr. Ubaid was like a Boy Scout in that manner. When I presented something to them, it was fully accepted. There was no pushback. We had a lot of discussion to make sure we knew what the right thing to do, or I would present more information. And then, so I would say he's, in the top 5% of all the folks I've consulted with that have been in this situation.
Okay. Thank you. So what's your general assessment of Dr. Ubaid's rehabilitation at this point of time?
Well, I feel like he has fully embraced the fact that he had issues that were uncovered by the board, and also he fully embraced that he needs to be aware that in the future, any new laws, etc., that come up, he has to be prepared to instill policies and procedures that would be in compliance 24/7. So I believe that he's fully rehabilitated. And that he's actually taking steps and beyond to continually maintain that rehabilitation, even when the board doesn't have any oversight.
So would you recommend to the board that the board grants his petition at this time?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Dr. Simonian. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Chalman, any questions?
Yes, thank you. So with regard to your duties as the designated consultant, you perform in-person inspections, correct?
Correct.
And do you personally meet with Dr. Abid?
Yes, so he's been there, except for one time when he was traveling. I think he's been there for 25 of the 26 inspections, and he's been with me the entire time. He stops his duties as a pharmacist and he's with me the entire time of the inspection.
Okay. Other than the in-person inspections, do you perform any other services as a consultant for Petitioner or Rivers Edge Pharmacy?
Yes, what would happen is they would give me, they would ask me to do things to help them with, usually subsequent to the meeting. So yes, I would go back to my office and I would go ahead and work up draft policies or provide information about specific questions about compliance with the law. Sometimes I would actually call the board inspectors to try to get more clarity on some of the things, because it was, the law book is 800 and plus pages, and these self-assessments are like up to 50 pages. There's a lot of stuff there to be, and there's frequent, you can see from the board's website, the Ask the Inspector, there are so many questions asked and they try to give guidance. So yeah, so I would always, and I did that when I was practicing as a pharmacist in charge myself. So sometimes it's not clear what to do, but no, I would be doing quite a bit of homework that I was assigned during the visits, or if there were emails or calls between the visits.
Okay. As the designated consultant, are you required to report issues of non-compliance to the board?
Yes.
And what do you consider to be a reportable issue of non-compliance?
Well, any issue of non-compliance that would potentially pose a harm to the public, I'm required to report immediately. That never happened in the 26 times I've been there. The things I worked on with them were things more to strengthen their structure to ensure that the policies were followed. But I never had to report it. Plus, I also reviewed the board of inspectors reports for each visit that they had, and there was not a single violation in any of those inspections over the time I've been a consultant.
Okay. Have you seen any growth in Petitioner since he was put on probation?
100%.
Can you explain a little bit what you witnessed?
Sure. Well, I think like most pharmacists in the state of California, when they graduate, they're not given much training about how to be the pharmacist in charge or can be a leader within an organization. It's kind of a deficit in the educational system. And so I mentored and trained a lot of people to do that role. And Dr. Ibed also, he learned so much. And I can tell because as a faculty member at the School of Pharmacy over those years, we would do a teach back method where you ask open-ended questions to see if the person understood and gets what you're saying. And this happened frequently where we would have this dialogue during our meetings or after our meetings on phone calls. So I just feel he's grown so much as a professional and as a responsible pharmacist licensed in the state of California. I've just seen so much evidence of that. That's how I feel he's grown.
Thank you for that. Petitioner was the pharmacist in charge for almost 10 years at River's Edge. Do you know why Petitioner is not in a leadership role at the pharmacy any longer?
Yes, my understanding was there were two reasons for this. One was the organization was interested in moving him into a different role, because the organization has more than one pharmacy. They wanted him to be more in a global role within the organization. And so to allow him to do that, they figured he would be more successful if he stepped down, which he willingly did as the pharmacist in charge. He also personally wanted to gain more knowledge and experience so he could be a better pharmacist in charge in the future. So I think it was a mutually beneficial thing for both him and for the organization.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn to the board committee for questions. Mr. Chandler.
No questions.
Mr. Hughes.
No further questions for me.
Dr. Sandu.
No questions, Your Honor.
Dr. Serpa.
No questions. Thank you.
And Dr. Thibault.
No additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness? Mr. Petrozelka.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Sharma.
No further questions from me.
Dr. Simeon, thank you for your time. You are free to step down at any time. Thanks.
Recommendation?
I'm sorry, Ms. Sharma.
I'm so sorry. Did you want a closing statement from council?
I was going to ask for one. I was just letting the witness know that he doesn't have to stay if he doesn't want to.
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Trauma, did you want to give a statement on behalf of the Attorney General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner has been on probation for 2.5 years of his 3-year probation. He's been fully compliant with the terms and conditions of his probation. We've heard positive comments from the consultant who reviews petitioner's practices, and he appears to be open and willing to adopt best pharmacy practices. So the people do not have any concerns about the board granting this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Petrozelka, do you have a closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Honorable members of the board, we have a petitioner before us who has practiced pharmacy in the state of California for more than 10 years at this point. And with the exception of the infractions that led to his probation, there have been no issues with respect to safe and responsible practice of pharmacy. He has served more than 2 years of his 3-year probation. At this point, we respectfully submit that termination of his probation at this point of time would be in the interest of the public, particularly in light of the fact that he has continuously engaged in rehabilitation and mitigation processes, as well as in light of the fact that his mother requires some additional assistance, and he would like to travel outside of the country, which would extend his probation for an uncertain period of time if the petition were not granted. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to submit this petition and present our evidence of petitioner's rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, the record is closed. The matter is submitted. We are off the record. Dr. Thibault, I'll turn it to you if you want to take a break. And I just want to confirm whether the first petitioner's counsel is present.
This is the moderator. I have been informed that a new counsel has been assigned and is present.
Okay.
I would like to have us take a break. We need to do 15 minutes. So if we could return at 10:50, please. And moderator Ann, if you could check on that new council, if you do a mic and video check, that would be appreciated.
Certainly. Shall I do that when we return from break, or would you like to do it now?
Either one is fine, just as long as we can, just as long as they're available when we get back.
All right, we'll do it when we get back. And so that time would be 10:51.
51. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And this is the moderator. If I could ask for a mic check and a video check from both Anita, our petitioner, and Alan Knight, the council.
I'm here. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. And could you start there you go on video. Perfect.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And Alan Knight, there you are on video.
Oh, okay.
And can you unmute
Hi,
yourself so we can do a sound check?
Still?
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And Chair Thibault, the meeting is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to do a roll call vote before we turn it back over to the ALJ. Trevor Chandler. Trevor, are you here? I see Trevor, but I can't hear them. Anyone else?
Looks like he's muted.
It's possible Trevor is not back from break yet.
I see them on video. I'm just not hearing them.
Oh, sorry.
I'm thinking that Trevor can't hear us.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not sure who's on the meeting. Debbie or Ann, could someone text Trevor?
That will have to be board staff. I don't have contact information, but I've sent a couple of requests to unmute. And if necessary, Trevor can disconnect and reconnect.
Sure. Sorry, I meant other Ann, Executive Officer Ann.
Apologies, yes.
Should specify.
Hello, sorry.
There we go.
Great. That's you, Trevor, you're here?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Hughes?
I'm here.
Satinder Sandhu? Thank you. Maria Serpa?
Here.
Thank you, and I'm here. We are all back. Your Honor, you can start the next petitioner.
It looks like you're muted.
Sorry, I've got two devices going. Here I am.
Thank you.
It looks like we have everyone here. This is, we're going back to the first petition, Anita Birasel McQuigg. Okay.
Yes.
And now we are on the record. We're on the record before a committee of the Board of Pharmacy to review the petition for reinstatement by Anita Birasel McQuigg, OAH number 2025-020963. My name is Heather Rowan. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Prior to going on the record today, we confirmed we have a quorum of the committee present. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General, please?
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Nicole Trauma, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California under Government Code Section 11522.
And for petitioner.
Hold on, I just lost something. Okay, what is this that I had? Okay, all right. You're talking about me, right? Anita McQuaid.
I
think
she
wants the counsel. It's Alan Knight from the Corey Law Firm on behalf of Anita McQuigg.
Okay, and for the record, Ms. McQuigg is here today. I have the documents submitted in Case Center. I just want to be sure that I have all of the documents the parties intended to produce. I have Exhibit 1, which is the petition packet. Is that the complete set of documents for us today? Ms. Trauma?
Correct.
And Mr. Knight? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so as I'm guessing that you had the opportunity to watch the last petition, I'm going to ask the Deputy Attorney General to make a statement of the history of the case, and then I will turn it to Petitioner's Counsel, and we'll hear from Counsel and the Petitioner. I'll then offer Ms. Trauma to ask questions and then open it up to the board. Ms. Trauma, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd first like to provide a summary of the case, and then I will mark for identification and entrance into evidence the petition packet and the related documents. We're here today on a petition for reinstatement of a pharmacist license. The underlying accusation alleged that petitioner knowingly made a document that falsely represents a state of facts, subverted or attempted to subvert a board investigation, violated operational standards and security, and committed unprofessional conduct. Petitioner was the pharmacist in charge at Fantastic Pharmacy. That's spelled P-H-A-N-T-A-S-T-I-C. The circumstances were that during an inspection of Fantastic Pharmacy on November 7th, 2019, a board inspector conducted an audit of the promethazine with codeine, a Schedule 5 controlled substance, and the board inspector determined there was a shortage of 4,032 milliliters. In response to this finding, petitioner provided the board's inspector with false documentation in order to attempt to show that 6 prescriptions totaling 11 fills had been legally dispensed but not accounted for in the records that the inspector had originally obtained. In addition, in response to the board inspector's request for original documentation to support these additional 6 prescriptions, petitioner directed the pharmacy technician to create false telephone prescriptions to make it appear that these 6 prescriptions were legitimate. This matter proceeded to an administrative hearing before an ALJ, and the ALJ issued a proposed decision sustaining all of the violations in the accusation and making multiple findings, including that petitioner's testimony was pervasively false and misleading. The ALJ recommended revocation of the pharmacist license, and that recommendation was adopted by the board. In making that finding, the ALJ found that petitioner's multiple levels of deceit and indifference to the truth under oath are sufficient in themselves to justify revocation. In addition, she demonstrated global incompetence as it relates to her knowledge of pharmacy law. The ALJ further concluded that even if she were required to take substantial remedial education, pass the pharmacy law and ethics exam, and obtain a psychological evaluation as conditions precedent to probation, there is no indication in this record that she is capable of complying with the myriad of terms of probation due to her pervasive dishonesty. The board adopted the ALJ's findings and the decision, and petitioner's license was revoked effective August 18th, 2021. She was ordered to pay $25,872.25 in costs within 60 days of the effective date of the decision. Petitioner did not pay the costs within 60 days of the effective date. However, petitioner has paid $200 towards the costs that are owed. She now seeks to reinstate her pharmacist license. Included in her petition packet are continuing education certificates, 4 letters of recommendation, which were all verified by board staff, one of which was from her therapist, and a letter from respondent to the board concerning payment of costs, in addition to some requests for live scan forms. Exhibit 1 is the petition packet, which includes all of the documents I just described that were attached to the packet, as well as the notice of hearing, the license history certification, the memorandum to the board, and the underlying decision and order. The members have all received a copy of the petition packet, and petitioner has also received the same set of exhibit. The redacted petition packet has been filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings and uploaded to Case Center. The entire packet is base labeled AGO 001 through AGO 168, and in case lines, it is A1 through A168. At this time, we request that that be marked as Exhibit 1 and admitted into evidence.
Mr. Knight, any objections to Exhibit 1?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knight, the floor is yours.
I'd just like to note that Anita Quigg had become a licensed pharmacist in March 18th as of 1989, and she had served without any incident of misconduct prior to this revocation for 30 years. The incidents of misconduct had occurred about 4 years ago. And as mentioned, she has completed over 31 hours of continuing professional education. She has performed numerous acts of volunteer work for churches and other institutions. She has her letters of recommendation, and she is here to express her remorse for her conduct that gave rise to the revocation, and to explain the circumstances, that negative consequences that she has suffered as a result of it, and the steps that she has taken to ensure that the conduct which gave rise to the revocation will never occur again. So at this time, I'd like to give Anita a chance to explain the circumstances surrounding the incident. Anita, could you tell us basically what occurred regarding the incidents that caused you to have your license revoked?
Yes,
Before we do that, Ms. Nickwick,
Yeah.
Could you please raise your right hand?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
I'm going to take your testimony under oath. Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Will you please say and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Anita Barisel McQuigg, license 42446.
All right. Could you spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Barisel, BIROSEL -McQuigg, McQuigg.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knight has asked you a question. Did you want to answer that, or would you like him to restate it?
No, I mean, everything what he has said is fine.
Okay. He asked you, actually, Mr. Knight, just go ahead and repeat your question.
So can you describe the circumstances surrounding the actions that caused you to have your license revoked? Can you tell us basically what happened?
Okay, I originally signed up for Fantastic Pharmacy through RX Relief. I came in as a contract pharmacist, and next thing I know, I was promoted or asked if I want to be the pharmacist in charge. I was the pharmacist in charge where there was another pharmacist there. I would work 3 days a week and 2 days a week at home because there were not enough hours available because another pharmacist had been there prior. And she was offered the position, but she did not accept the position. Well, next thing I know, I'm in a position of being the pharmacist in charge. But anyways, so I was only there for 2 months, and I found out that there were some missing drugs 4 months prior. And I was just learning the system, which I was doing the best that I could. And the pharmacy was probably one of the worst pharmacies I've ever been at. So I was trying to clean up but the best I could, the documentation. The previous pharmacist, there was no reports ran. And again, at that time, I did not know about any missing drugs. So anyways, next thing I know, the inspector came, and the pharmacist who was actually there was there at the time when the drugs, I believe, were missing. And so she handled the inspector. She was there. I asked, do I need to come up? She said, no, she has handled it. So anyway, so I went on, and I was told I was not going to be charged to be the pharmacist in charge. There was a previous pharmacist in charge. And I went on, and then next thing I know, I was charged to be as part of the missing drugs. So I began to do some research on it. I did the best that I could to try to look for everything I could. And
Ms.
I actually thought I wasn't, huh? Go ahead, Alan.
I think I have an idea of what your answer is. I don't mean to stop you there, but I just wanted to ask a follow-on question based on what you responded. So do you now understand that what you did was wrong in terms of falsifying the evidence for the drugs that was supposed to be there when the initial investigation was conducted?
Yes, I had no intent on trying to falsify records. I was under the impression I had to create to show some proof, and I was relying on a technician who had been there prior. And so I had no intent, and I apologize for not presenting in a better way, but I absolutely am aware of the mistake I made.
Understood. And so forth for the other additional accusations for which you suffered the revocation for subverting the investigation and for unprofessional conduct. You understand, what is your understanding of your conduct now that you look back at that time?
Well, I've had plenty of time to reflect, and I should have been more respectful of the inspector. But so I do understand that what I did was really not the best thing. If anything, I know you can call the Board of Pharmacy separately and ask, is this a good way to do it? I've had experience before as a pharmacist in charge when I was a new graduate, and that's what I did. But I do agree, I made a mistake of, making the records but at the time I thought I was doing the right thing, and I'm sorry. I absolutely have learned that that is not the best way or the appropriate thing to do.
Understood. Also, can you describe for us some of the negative consequences that you have experienced as a result of this licensure revocation? What has happened to you in your own life?
Well,
And feel free to expand.
okay. Well, it has been very difficult. I started off working with WIS International. I worked with them for 6 months counting inventory, and I thought because as a pharmacist, you are very familiar with being aware of drugs from wholesalers. But unfortunately, it was a very disappointing job where I had to go on the floor and count drugs, and every for 6 months. They won't even let you get a drink of water. And eventually, though, I applied for another job called Rainbow Home Care. And since I had over 15 years of home infusion, again, I thought that would be in a line with doing home care. I applied for administrative position, but since I didn't really have any real experience out in the field for caregiving, they put me out in the caregiving. But in all due honesty, I really liked, because it's in the field of pharmacy where you really get to help people. You are on the forefront of taking care of people, from kind of like a CNA, from giving them showers, helping. It's a field that I have found that it's clearly needed. So I have been with Rainbow still. As an employee, I just do work for them every once in a while now. But eventually I did transition to a company called Transition Care, and I thought I was going to be doing home health administrative work. And again, it falls within all that category of home health, where caregiving also, I could go out in the field and work if needed. So I worked there from 4/20/23 to 5/8/2024. But unfortunately, I left that job because I was getting sexually harassed, which was very difficult coming from a role of pharmacy where you garner a lot of respect.
Is
And
there
even as
a lawsuit or any of thing of that nature filed in relation to that, or a complaint made?
yes, yes.
Uh,
It's very difficult when you've been in the workforce for 30 years and you never really have to deal with that as a pharmacist. I think that's the part I really miss in pharmacy, you know. And so eventually I had moved out to Temecula. I was in Temecula, so I
Anita, I'm sorry, I heard
I'm
you.
sorry.
I have a follow-on. I'm so sorry
Yeah,
to
it's
cause you
very
pain
difficult.
by recalling this.
I think it's not fair, that because you're not a professional, that you cannot garner the same respect. So now I start working for another company called Right at Home, which again, it does caregiving. And again, it's not the consistent hours that you can get as a professional. And so from all of this has been a lot of financial hardship, which I know
Can you tell
state in
us
life.
if
Hmm?
what, if any, impact it has had on your personal or your family life?
Yeah, oh yeah. It affects your personal financial status. And also, when I was the pharmacist coming
You,
back to
has it affected
pharmacist,
any of your relationship? Sorry?
yeah, I mean, I do the best that I can, but most, for family, it's hard on the family too.
Did you
My
have,
son was,
did you experience
Mhm.
anything like a divorce or separation or anything of that nature?
Yeah, no, I was at the time with Fantastic, I was going through a divorce. And I do feel maybe that clouded some of my judgment, but I am officially divorced.
Could you elaborate on the financial impacts of the loss, the revocation of your license?
Well, in all due honesty, you are below the national level of income. You basically live off of what you can, and had to dig into savings. You really never get to save money. I honestly don't know, without going to school and being a professional, how difficult it can be. And at the same time, I got divorced, which my income did cut in half. So I think it really makes you appreciate that being a professional, definitely a professional. And I think if I hadn't been a professional, if I had been younger and started up, I would not be at this financial income. I mean, on the average, people live off of $18 an hour, and I had to even collect Social Security early, to meet average, cost of living. which is really not the same even on a national level. But I live modestly.
Okay. Another question for you. What actions have you taken to ensure that what you did never happens again? What specifically have you done to make sure that it doesn't happen again?
Well, I've had plenty of time to reflect on it. What I learned was I I know that if I ever was in another pharmacy, I would make sure I would really read the laws and do every law currently. But what I've done is I went through counseling because I needed it from the divorce. And if you will know, my actual psychologist is one of my references. And I was, make sure that I would be doing everything right. I'm the type of person that I would definitely make up my own checklist, you know, and make sure that I don't ever do anything that clouds my judgment or where it's questionable. I know you can call the pharmacy board and even ask somebody, and I don't know if everybody knows that, but I do. I did that in the beginning of my career. So it basically will really keep you out of uh, any problems, or they know that you are following the law to the letter of the law. But also, I would make sure I would do the checkoff list of the board. Those checkoff lists from the pharmacy websites are really good. There are a lot of
What
things that they
checkoff
don't
list?
think
Sorry,
about.
please.
There is a pharmacy checkoff list for different levels of pharmacy, and depending on what you're working on. And I know you can give it to your employees. I've had an employer do that before to us. And like I said, I hadn't been a pharmacist in charge for a long time, and I was just coming back. But I do remember my previous employer doing that, a pharmacist in charge. So they are really well written. They bring up a lot of issues that you would not think about. But I do like them personally. I think they're very well written because, like I said, there's things that you might not think of, drug diversion, that I could have reviewed and do. And that's the one thing for sure I would definitely do. And then double check it too.
I have another question on that in that area. I don't know if you have a record of your training in front of you. I know the board has it. All of the continuing education that you have done. Um, I'm just wondering if you could speak to whether any specific trainings come to mind that have been of help to you, or you think would be of help to you um, if you're confronted with a situation where um, there was some type of temptation to uh, falsify a report or to not properly secure drugs or anything of that nature.
Yes, I've got all the pharmacy law certifications or requirement. I know they are required for each time you renew your license. And again, I really like that because it's very easy to forget what there are renewals and board regulations that that are up to date. I think laws are easy to forget. So I have done all my continuing educations and I made sure I do have them on me. But I did do all of the laws required. So that's requirement, and I made sure that I did the law ones as needed, requested, but not only. I did one on the ethical issues in pharmacy. That was a January self-study in 2024, and fraud and waste abuse of 2024. So I find those are really good because again, those are issues that you might not think twice about as a practicing pharmacist because you are busy, but also anybody that is working even as staff. So I was always a person that no matter what, I would not want to get my pharmacist in charge or pick in charge. So I was very happy to always do that because I'm quite aware everybody I've worked with prior have not been people who have ever been in trouble with the pharmacy board. So
At this time, should the board grant you the ability to practice in a probationary state, do you intend to pursue opportunities as a pharmacist in charge?
no, not really. I really don't have a strong desire for that. I don't know if you see on some of my resume, I really would like to do the research pharmacy. I have done modules on it. Good clinical practice, the DAT of pharmacy guidelines, data safety monitoring 1 and 2. And this is through Vanderbilt University, which is through the library you can do online. And maybe prior authorization on contract pharmacy where you come in and do different. I have a lot of experience on the different, like home infusion, hospital and retail. And again, I really like following the laws. I've never been a person who really likes, I've been in trouble. I even worked at the Orange County Jail where they do a background check up to the 7th grade.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. McQuigg. At this time, I'd like to mention certain factors in mitigation to the board, if permitted, or if it's in the court's Honor's discretion to wait till later, then we do that.
That might be best for your closing statement, Mr. Knight.
Understood. So at this time, I have no further questions for Ms. McQuigg.
All right, thank you. Ms. Chama, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Now, your license was revoked August 18th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons for the revocation was subverting or attempting to subvert the board's investigation, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. So there was a board inspection and an audit, and the board inspector discovered a loss of promethazine in the pharmacy, correct? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your response.
There was a board inspection and there was a loss of the promethazine with codeine, right? Is that what you just said?
That was my question.
Yeah, yes, but I was not there at the time at all. I wasn't even there.
You weren't there during the inspection.
I was there during the inspection, but that was 4 months prior my arrival.
Well,
So,
the audit period covered the period that you were working there, though, right?
yeah, I was the audit by the. It was
Trying to
more of a
understand the
follow-up.
relevance.
It was an audit.
I'm sorry, wait, just one at a time. Mr. Knight, did you have an objection?
Yes, as to the relevance, I'm trying to understand where we're for the purpose of this.
The original question, I believe, was whether Ms. Beersel McQuigg was working as a pharmacist during the audit period. Is that correct, Ms. Chama?
Correct.
And I think Mr. Knight, just 1 minute. Mr. Knight, these questions are relevant to provide the board background and somewhat goes to rehabilitation. And I think that Ms. Chama is going to walk us through this. So the objections are overruled. Ms. Chama, is there a question pending?
My question to her was if she was working at the pharmacy during the audit period.
Okay, there was an original audit but this was a follow-up of that audit.
Okay.
So when the drugs first became
The board
missing,
inspector
I'm sorry.
conducted an audit between May 2019 through November 2019 of the promethazine with codeine, correct?
But I was in the impression follow-up. When the drugs became missing, got reported, that was a follow-up. And the problem that I sincerely had was they had very poor record keeping. I had to rely on the technicians, and there were language barriers too. So I was told it was a follow-up by the owner. So I was not completely there, but I was in charge during the follow-up audit.
Okay, so the follow-up audit was conducted between May of 2019 through November of 2019 to determine if there were any losses during that period of promethazine, correct?
Right, yes.
Okay. And to account for the loss of promethazine, you created prescriptions to cover those losses, to account for it, correct?
I thought I was in a discussion with the inspector. I was trying my best to take an account of what may have what happened, but I do realize that was a mistake. But like I said, that the pharmacy was really in a mess. I was trying my best to create records because I know any business records you have to go back 7 years, and I apologize for that.
So there were
And
six
I want good patient care. Huh?
There were 6 prescriptions that you asked your technician to create after the board's inspection, correct?
There were 6 prescription, but I did not exactly ask her to create them. She created them because she was the one there at the time of the dispense. So I accepted it, and I take responsibility for accepting those prescriptions.
Okay, and you testified at the hearing that those prescriptions were based on your technician's memory. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And you thought it was okay to rely on her memory details that occurred months prior. Do you remember that?
We're having some problems hearing Anita.
Yes. Okay. Yes. She was there. She's the only person that was there 5 days a week.
Do you still think, sitting here today, that it is reasonable for you as the pharmacist to rely on the memory of a pharmacy technician about events that occurred months prior?
No, I realize now that is a mistake, but she spoke the foreign language. It was primarily Armenian, and she spoke to them every day. So no, I would not. I should have just left it blank. That was clearly my mistake, and I really apologize to the board for any potential deceit. I really apologize for that. And I would definitely tell any new graduate, you're better off, just don't do anything and let the board make the evaluation. But again, I apologize for that.
What exactly are you apologizing for?
For allowing for creation of those 6 prescriptions.
Okay, and then you were the one that entered the prescriptions into the system though, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I couldn't even type. I just got there 2 months. I never went onto the computer. The technician went onto the computer. We were primarily 2 people in the pharmacy.
Okay.
On a daily operation.
After the inspection and the 6 prescriptions were entered into the system, you provided the board inspector with a new report. that had those prescriptions in it, correct?
Right, right, because, right, you have to give a report, but I was just trying to maybe demonstrate where the potential losses could have been. But again, I apologize for that. And I know that was clearly a mistake.
Now, at the hearing, well, strike that. You told the inspector when she asked you about the numbering on the prescriptions, when she asked why they're different, you told the inspector that it was because the pharmacy was filling out-of-state prescriptions. Do you recall that?
Yes, they are. But again, they're filling out of state prescriptions.
Miss Barisel,
Yes.
for some reason we're losing your voice. Can you just make sure you're sitting close
Yeah,
enough to your screen?
maybe I'm speaking too softly. I guess maybe it's my stress level. But no, yes, I was really, yeah, they were filling, at least that's what I was told. Like I said, I had just got there. I was there for 2 months prior. I didn't even really know the system at the time. And because it's a 2-person operation and I was only there like 3 days a week. But I thought I trusted my technician to the best of my abilities. And again, like I said, I was just trying to make sure we had proper record keeping and accountability. And also, I know drug profiles is very important to show records. It's just legally and it's clinically wise. I don't think it's fair not to show records. It can be very harmful because promethazine with codeine is clearly a drug that can cause drug allergies in people. But again, I apologize. I should have maybe done a separate report. That's my, and tried to explain myself better. And so that's the part that I have learned is to elaborate better, to communicate better, and and try to make it clear that make sure that the inspector also understands and also understand to learn to communicate stronger. And I think I've done some continuing education where like the ethics, I think the ethics really explains that well on the continuing education.
Looking back on your conduct, do you agree that you attempted to subvert the board's investigation?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that I don't know how to answer that. Alan, can I ask you, or am I supposed? I mean, I
Answer the
agree.
question next.
Okay. I'm regretful that I presented, but I wasn't really trying to subvert anything. So I know what was in my heart, but I was not trying to do anything illegal.
So now during the hearing, you had made some statements about the reason why these 6 prescriptions were not entered into the system. And you testified that the pharmacy was reprinting the labels of old prescriptions and using those labels on the bottles. Do you remember your testimony about that?
And they were doing that prior I getting there. So it was very difficult for me to tell, but I was changing the system. I was changing it, and the technique, yes, yes, they were doing that. And so that was why I took the main reason why I could believe Lily at the time. But my intent was to do a complete makeover of the pharmacy because I do not like that either. Because again, it's not a reflection of a true drug history or profile. But yes, they were doing that.
This like reprinting of the old prescription labels for new prescriptions. You testified that this was a practice that you participated in. Do you remember that?
believe the question
Yes.
was asked and answered.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The objection
Mr.
is
Knight, the
the question was asked repetitively.
okay, the objection sustained. Ms. Trauma, can you go to your next question?
One of the issues in the underlying proceedings was that these prescriptions all had 4 refills of promethazine. During the hearing, you testified that wasn't unusual to you. Looking back on that, does that seem unusual that a prescription for promethazine would have 4 refills?
No, not for that pharmacy.
Can you
Unfortunately,
speak up just
I will, no,
so
not for that pharmacy, because I found a lot of things that were doing wrong in that pharmacy. Like, for example, at the time, the technician would sign in for the drugs, including narcotics, and I stopped that. They were doing a lot of things that really I was correcting. But like I said, I was there for 2 months
okay,
prior,
Ms. McQuigg,
and I was trying.
just,
Yes.
you just need to answer her question and then let her
Okay.
ask another
Yeah.
question. So Ms. Trauma, go ahead.
Thank you. The decision pointed out numerous instances where the court found that you had lied under oath. Can the board trust you now?
Yes, I'm not quite sure what I like. Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of at a quandary with that. I don't think I was trying to, maybe I got confused, but yes, the board can trust me because I feel like I've had a 30-year history and maybe I'm sorry. That's all. I'm sorry. And I swear under oath that I'm not going to do anything even close to anything like that.
You submitted a letter from your therapist. Is that right?
Yes.
And your therapist says that, well, in her letter, she talks about the events that occurred and that you got blamed for it. Do you believe you were blamed for something that you didn't actually do?
Well, I would say the prescription part, no. She's talking about the missing drugs. So the prescription part, yes, I take full responsibility for that.
This is the moderator. Could we ask Anita if you could just continue to speak loudly and stay forward to the mic?
I apologize. I can't figure out what I apologize about that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I don't know what I can exactly,
Yeah, just continue to stay forward and speak up. Thank you.
Sure.
Submitted a statement to the board at A14 or AGO 14 that stated you can think more clearly, which may have clouded some of my decision making at the time the board was inspecting. What decision making? What are you referencing them?
I'm referencing to about like when the drugs they're missing previously, and I feel like I can think more clearly from this experience. And so I think what I've learned from all this is that if I have any questions, I would definitely call the board itself, because they do have a hotline that, especially at that time, that I could have asked questions. And so, but unfortunately, I feel like I had 30 years experience and, I could rely on my experience. But like with anything, you should learn from all experiences. And I've definitely learned from this experience.
In your letter, you talk about this being an educational experience. What experience are you referencing and how is it educational?
Can I take a second and reference to what Okay, let me just look at my notes real quick.
Ms. Spears-McQuaid, can you tell us what you're looking at? Are you looking at the letter that was submitted within the
Yeah.
petition packet?
Yes, I pulled that out, and I guess my experience, I'm not quite sure. Could you repeat yourself, Nicole? Trauma?
Yeah, you stated
About
that this experience was quite an educational experience. So my question is, what experience are you referencing and how was it educational for you?
Well, my experience is dealing with, again, the Board of Pharmacy, and what I've learned is that I could definitely tell a new graduate pharmacist that you do need to be very respectful of the board, but also you need to be respectful of the law. And that would be my experience that I was maybe referencing to.
Okay.
And not to be so presumptuous. And like I said, it's always good to be respectful, but I apologize for appearing disrespectful, but also appearing that I might have been, diverting something. I had no intent, but intent does not translate into presentation.
In your letter here at AGO 14A14, it says, unfortunately, I had just come back to the management field. I knew things had changed, but I wasn't aware of all the changes for the Board of Pharmacy Management. What did you mean by that statement?
Well, that I should have maybe again called the board, review the law, and review the law sections for particularly being a pharmacist in charge. And so that would be more of the improvement aspect of being the pharmacist or pharmacist in charge. And also maybe talking to some people, because experience really counts, like in any field, but it really counts in pharmacy. Well, there's a lot of little things that a book cannot even tell you. But I had been a pharmacist in charge in the beginning of my career, and that's what I did. I actually called the board of pharmacy and actually asked questions about when I was unsure. And I regret not doing it this time because I had a lot of 30 years of experience, but that's not in the same as being a pharmacist in charge or management.
Excuse me. You had submitted some certifications with your packet. The ethics course at AGO 89, which would be A89 in case lines. Do you have that?
Yeah, hold on, let me just pull it up. The ethics course. Yes, okay, the ethical issues in pharmacy, yes.
Okay, that was completed in October of 2020, correct?
I did ethical issues in pharmacy January 15th.
Could you
sound is
speak a little
dropping.
louder?
Oh yeah,
and
I did an ethical issues in pharmacy was a self-study course on January 15th of 2024. That was one of the ethical issues in the field of pharmacy.
Okay, I'm asking you specifically about the one at A89. Do you see that one?
What year is that one?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It appears that it was completed October 9th of 2020. I was trying to confirm that with you.
That one I might not have printed it off. I apologize. I'm trying to find that the best I can. I thought I put everything in a nice little notebook of everything, and that's going to, so, um.
Ms.
okay.
Bearsall McQuigg, do you have the petition packet that was presented for today's hearing?
Yeah, let me, I do. I made up a nice little notebook of everything, but the most recent, you can see another one. I have another packet. So let me just pull that one up. So,
She's answered the question that she's completed another course on the same exact topic. If she's unable to recall, that is an answer.
Ms. Chama, your question is whether this ethics course was completed in October of 2020?
2020.
Ms. Bearsall McQuigg, do you recall taking an ethics course in October of 2020?
I do, but I don't remember the exact details. I'm a little bit nervous, so I apologize. But
that's okay. We're just she's
yeah,
only
and I did
asking to
something
confirm
current.
what.
Yeah.
She's only asking to confirm the year. Okay, so that question has been answered. Ms. Chama.
Thank you. I noticed in your packet that some of the certificates that you provided were dated prior to your revocation. Why did you include certificates that were dated prior to your revocation?
I'm not quite sure how to understand that because it goes from the date of the time of my licensing. I need it 2020. Okay, because I know you can still do dates prior. It's a matter of the education, right? That's according to the board. You don't have to be associated with the date of the time of the revocation. Is the date of the time of whether continue education. You can do education farther back, even if you need to. It's education.
I guess what my question here is, why did you think that certificates and documentation done prior to you being revoked were relevant to this proceeding?
Because to do proper, I was trying to do my best to understand the entire subject, not just from past to current. So that was my intent, was to make sure I had a good understanding, because history does determine the most current laws.
Were any of the course certificates that you gave to the board in your petition packet required for your employment in home health care?
Yes, for home health, yes, because you're constantly dealing with ethics. So pharmacy is excellent on teaching you ethics of dealing with patient care. So yes, it is for home health, because there's a lot of, you're dealing with patient care.
For your employment in home health care, are you required to take any sort of education or pass any courses in order to do that employment?
Yes, I did get certification for caregiving, for the caregiving. So, and I also did certification for a drug detox, but I have not been able to get a position in that.
Okay. You were ordered to pay over $25,000 in costs within 60 days of the effective date of the decision. In the 3.5 number of years since you've been revoked, you've only paid $200 towards those costs, correct?
Paid more. Yeah, it's been very difficult financially. If anything, I barely made ends meet. I'm making $18 to $22 an hour. They barely covered rent.
Have you been working consistently since being revoked?
No.
Now, you worked at Rainbow Healthcare starting in September of 2021?
Yes.
And what exactly do you do there?
Caregiving. Again, that was caregiving, where again, it's very inconsistent hours for caregiving. You don't always get to work 40 hours.
How many hours a week on average is that?
About 10 to 24 at the most.
And you said you make 18 an hour there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay, and you still work there?
I'm on the payroll. I haven't worked for them since I moved out to Temecula, maybe a couple months after. So it's been probably over a year and a half. But I'm still on their payroll and on good terms.
Okay. You also worked at Transition Care Telemetry doing home health care?
Right, yes.
I'm sorry, just for the record, it was hard to hear you. You said right, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
but doing administration work.
And you started there in May of 2023?
Yes.
And when did you, I believe you said you stopped working there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
On
a yes?
5/20/24.
Okay. And how much were you making a week there?
25.
25 an hour?
Mm-hmm. No, I started off with like 21. Then the most I've ever made was 25.
Now, I had a question with regard to your petition. You had attached an outline at A15 or AGO 15, where of the places you were working and you listed you are presently working for Transition Care Telemetry.
Yes.
But your petition was signed and submitted on August 10th of 2024, so you weren't working there at that time?
I'm confused.
You
I
signed
was official. I'm confused.
You signed your petition on August 10th of 2024, and you've attached this outline of where you work, correct?
Right.
Okay. On that outline, it says you're working there at Transition Care Telemetry presently.
Right, because I worked there on Petition.
You do need
Wait,
to
we didn't
speak
hear
up.
you. Can you say
Yes,
that again?
I've worked for them on occasion too. I've been working 2 jobs since the loss of my license. So I've been on the Rainbow Home Care because it's a field of where you just pick up shifts. They call me all the time. They haven't called me ever since I moved to Temecula as much, but they will call you, and since if something's available, they will ask you, do you want to, if you can do that position.
What I'm trying to ask you is, why did you list that you were presently working at Transition in August of 2024 if you stopped working there in May of 2024?
Then that was a mistake. I'm still working for them. I'm still on their payroll.
And how many hours a week are you working at Transition Care Telemetry?
I don't work for Transition Care Telemetry. I stopped working for them on 5/20/24.
Okay. And then where are you working now?
Right at home. And I started working there, 6/24. And I'm still, like I said, I can still do work for Rainbow. I'm still on their payroll if I want to, if they have the hours available. But so I started working at Right at Home on 6/20/24.
And is Right at Home also home health care?
Yes, it's the caregiving.
Okay. And how much do you make an hour through that Right at Home?
Anywhere from $17.50 to $18 an hour, or 20.
And you're presently working there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Marisol McQuaid, do you own your home or do you rent?
I was renting, but I just currently I'm owning now.
You purchased your home in December of 2022?
No, not till 20, what is it? 20, 23, not till 2023.
You submitted a letter to the board about payment of costs, and that's at AGO 41. A41 in case lines. It's dated
Mhm.
July 3rd, 2024. And in
Mhm.
it, you talk about how rents had suddenly increased dramatically in California. Why were you talking about rents increasing in California if you weren't renting at that time?
Um, okay, what is the time period for? I'm sorry, I need to write this down.
Your letter to the board at A41 is dated July 3rd, 2024. And in it, you talk about rents suddenly increasing dramatically in California. And I'm asking you, why are you talking about rents increasing in July of 2024 if you weren't renting?
I was renting at the time. I did not get authorized to get into my home. I didn't even know if I was going to have a home. Rent was increasing dramatically at the time. They were going up to the same price of it was increasing like crazy. That's the peak of the rental increase. Well, they still are increasing.
Ms. Barasalmakwe, you just testified that you purchased your home in 2023.
Yeah, but this is the time.
Question?
Okay. Reflection is more of the time of
Your Honor,
the law.
asked
Ms.
and
Sharma,
answered.
I understand, Mr. Knight. Ms. Sharma, do you have a question?
Ms. Beersall-McQuigg, you filed a writ in Superior Court to appeal the Board of Pharmacy's decision that revoked your license, correct?
Can you say that again? We didn't hear you.
You filed a writ in Superior Court to appeal the Board of Pharmacy's decision that revoked your license, correct?
Yes.
And did you have to pay any costs to file that writ?
I don't remember.
And did you have an attorney that worked for you on that writ on your behalf?
No.
You didn't have an attorney file the writ for you?
No. For the
Answer the
appeal?
question.
No. I dropped the other attorney. He was charging me too much I can't even keep up on it, the bills.
Now, you're looking to have your costs reduced in this action, is that right?
Yes.
And you do realize that those costs were for investigating and prosecuting the case against you, right?
Yes.
And you do realize that that doesn't include any costs that the board incurred in defending the writ lawsuit that you filed against the board.
Yes.
Why do you think that the costs deserve to be reduced at all here?
Because, I mean, the next step is homelessness at the time. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I need to eat. I need a place to live.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay, I'm going to go to the board members for questions. Mr. Chandler.
Yes, thank you. So first question is, in your letters that you submitted, the letter from Joanne Nelson indicates that she seems to believe these are still allegations and not factual findings. Is she aware that the allegations against you were upheld and are factual findings and no longer allegations?
Yes.
Okay, it just it didn't come off that way. So as mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, the board's primary duty is protection of consumers. And in the proposed decision, the ALJ stated that the following, that clear and convincing evidence established respondent, you created false documentation, attempted to subvert the board's investigation, failed to secure controlled substances, and committed unprofessional conduct. And at the hearing, respondent's testimony was pervasively false and misleading. In addition to her dishonesty, respondent demonstrated global incompetence in her knowledge of pharmacy law, such that revocation is the only discipline sufficient for public protection. In reviewing your submitted documents, there was one certificate on ethics. Do you believe that one certification on ethics is sufficient to address the board's concerns about your rehabilitation?
I don't know. I'm more than happy to do more if the board feels like I need to do more, continue education, but from what was listed in at least in the pharmacy letter, that I didn't see a lot more that I could have done, but I did do the renewals of what's required for the laws. I've always kept up on the legal law sections that are required, so I did do those. So I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I'm more than happy to do more, though.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Hughes.
Thanks very much. I don't have any further questions.
Dr. Sandhu.
I want to revisit the incident that took place. So it looks like the board inspector was there to investigate the C2 that was missing there before. And while that inspector was there, they also decided to do promethazine with the codeine inspection because that's one of the items that gets most diverted. And during the inspection, they found that there was and part of that inspection involved a time period when you were the PIC as well, also a time period when you weren't the PIC. And there was a missing promethazine with codeine. And you, in your testimony, said that you relied on the technician's memory to create a record. And you said she entered the prescriptions. But in the system, the process normally is the pharmacist reviews the prescription, can make sure that it's typed correctly, even if you were creating a record and then generating a report, you take that responsibility that you did that?
Did I review it? Yes.
So you knew that you were creating a record for time period when possibly you weren't even a pharmacist, but you were certifying that is accurate at that time, right?
Yeah, but yes. But the prescription, the prescription numbers were going to be new numbers. I knew that. Yes.
Okay. So what did you learn? Did you learn that what given what you know now, how would you do it differently? What you could have done instead? What is your learning? Based on the law that you know now, and you said that you're sorry, how would you do it differently now?
Well, I think I should have. I think I could have done it, but also make it very clear that this is just for that time period. And there is no way in that system to create that time period. But so they are new prescription numbers, but you can run particularly certain reports that would not made it look too deceptive, and made sure I highlighted it to make it very clear this is a retro report, and or just create whole separate files with prescription numbers and just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm more than willing to learn, or I've never really been involved in a situation like that. And if you have any suggestions, I'm more than happy to learn too.
No, I just was trying to get understanding. I'm not, not trying to give suggestions, just trying to understand
Right.
that, our whole job is to make sure that you understand from the errors, and I'm trying to
Right.
assess if you take the responsibility and you're given the similar situation in the future. I'm trying to gauge how would you do it, but that's all I have,
Right.
Your Honor.
Okay. And again, I don't know if you've ever been to had another pharmacy that dealt with that way, records from the past. I'm more
Ms.
than
Fairchild,
happy to read up on it.
McQuick,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to the next committee member for
Okay.
questions.
Sure. Thank you.
Dr. Serpa.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. During your answering of questions, you briefly touched on promethazine with codeine and the risk of it being missing. And I think maybe you misstated something or I misheard you. What is the risk of having missing promethazine with codeine?
In the records, you mean?
No, the risk to your pharmacy, to society, to.
Oh, yeah, it's a drug of diversion. I mean, a drug abuse. I mean, if I just saw something on TV, one bottle was sold for like $900. That's the only thing the drug addicts want these days is a promethazine with codeine. It's terrible. And originally, when I started off in pharmacy, that was just a cough medicine, was never being diverted. So maybe, that's clearly an area that I could have improved on.
Okay. So I had heard you say something about the risk to patients regarding allergies. And so I just wanted you to clarify. The next part I just wanted you to clarify also was you said that while the technician and you were working on trying to remember what the records were, that you didn't have access to the computer. You didn't know how to use the computer system. Can you just explain a little bit about that? And maybe I misunderstood.
No, I didn't. I had just got there and I didn't know the system very well. It was a system I never used, and I was only there like 2 months, but really for the amount of time I was in the pharmacy, it was really about 3-4 weeks. And so I was learning the system, and we were very busy, but also Lily was not, she wanted job protection and she liked to stay on the computer. But I do know certain things that they were not doing right, and I was in the process of trying to fix all that. But I was still trying to learn the system. Yes. I mean, I had to, I filled the prescription. It was a small pharmacy. I had to fill the prescriptions and then you double check it too yourself.
So, an add-on to that is where, when you're just doing filling a prescription, the technician entered it, where did you document that the pharmacist checked it or who the pharmacist was? Did you write that on a piece of paper or did you go into the computer and add your initials or what was the process at that time?
She, Lily was signed under, like you add it to the system. The pharmacist there for the day.
So you never documented that you were the pharmacist checking it. The technician would type in the initials.
The initials will come out with the person who typed it and the pharmacist there for the day. And then also you have a way to check it where if you're whoever's filling it, you fill it and you also check it. It's a retail setting, but also does Title 22 and other like even research drugs, and they do a lot of different things.
So I'm a little bit confused. So the pharmacist who checked it, where would they document that they were the checking pharmacist?
On the back of the prescription.
On the paper.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. And Dr. Chabot, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us here today, Anita. We know this is really, really hard. So we appreciate you coming before us. I wanted to ask you, you had mentioned that the diversion or whatever the reason was that the drug was missing occurred before you got there. It is practice when you become a PIC to do a controlled substance inventory. And obviously, this is one of the reasons why you want to know if something is missing before you take control of it. So why did you not catch that those drugs were missing when you did your controlled substance inventory?
Because I did do an inventory check on that. There was only one bottle at the time because the inventory check is from the time you start, right? So I was running reports, but there's one bottle at the time of the start. And the missing drugs were like 4 months prior. So I was just going forward. But this and the C2s also, I could check those. But I mean, I focus on the C2s. And you can tell every day by the reports and also by counting backwards on your prescriptions of control.
Got it. So you didn't like run reports of usage and what was ordered or do any kind of comparisons or anything. Were you aware that there had been issues with other controlled substances previously with the C2 issues? So you didn't have that information. I
I
understand.
didn't have that information, and the record keepings were really poor prior me getting there.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knight, I want to give you a chance to ask any follow-up questions before we move to brief closing statements.
Your Honor, thank you. I just like to draw the board's attention to AG060 in the packet, petitioner's packet. And so my question for you, Ms. McQuigg, is so do you recall taking a course on fraud, waste, and abuse in March 2nd, 2024? As
Yes.
stated in.
Yes, I did.
Also, a question is, do you recall taking a course in ethical issues in the pharmacy as of January 15th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to go back over the allegations one more time. Bear with me as I find the page. Or sorry, the misconduct of which caused your license to be revoked.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Knight, I want to caution you that we don't need to repeat the questions that have already been asked. So try to carefully craft your questions.
Understood, Your Honor. Okay. Well, I'll just ask you directly. Do you take full responsibility for subverting the investigation that occurred of Fantastic Pharmacy that was stated within the accusation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you take full responsibility for falsifying the record as to what drugs were at the pharmacy as stated in the accusation?
Yes.
do you take full responsibility for that conduct being described as professional misconduct as concluded by the board as a result of that accusation?
Yes.
And, this is a coincidental question. Do you provide financial support to anyone besides yourself, or have you within the last 4 years?
Yes. My son is disabled and he does live with me, so I do provide a living for him too.
Question is, can you describe what additional work you do um, for your for altruistic reasons, things like volunteer work, or have
Yes.
done?
Yeah, I do work at the church. I've done volunteer work where it helps like single mothers with kids, and I've served a once a month meal at there. And so that's primarily what I've been working with. I try to do volunteer work with the church. I do believe in helping out with people that are in need.
Was that work, or have you done that work since the date of your license revocation?
Yes.
Okay. Just um, some coincidental questions here. Can you tell me who Stephen Chapin is?
Yes, he's one of my references. I've worked with him. I've known him for 30 years, or 35 years. You know, met him when I was working for Apria, and he was a supervisor of mine.
You believe he would say you deserve a second chance at being a pharmacist?
Yes.
And who is Mila Sen?
She was a recent supervisor for at transition care.
Okay. And what would you say has been your level of contact with her?
Consistent. I talk to her probably once a week or once every few weeks. So we have a good relationship too.
Okay. And what has she told you or wrote to you describing her assessment of you as an employee?
She says I'm responsible, dependable, reliable, and caring. And, but most of all, I'm responsible.
Again, how long have you known her?
So I met her at the transition care telemetry, and that is since the 2023.
Okay, it's almost a year. Okay. Thank you, Ms. McQuigg. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knight. I'd like to open the floor for brief closing statements. Ms. Trauma?
Yes, Your Honor. Protection of the public is the highest priority for the board. The people have serious concerns with this petition. First, it does not appear that petitioner has really taken responsibility for the acts for which she was revoked. A look from the letter from her therapist indicates that petitioner is still blaming on others. She was not able to fully articulate why she was disciplined or how she would do it differently. Her testimony today was telling. She was evasive in responses, downplaying involvement, and there were several times that she provided inconsistent testimony, and at times testimony that just did not make sense. There's very little in this packet to address the serious concerns regarding whether petitioner can be an honest and reliable practitioner. And with the types of findings that the ALJ made in this decision, there needs to be strong rehabilitation evidence, and this packet doesn't cut it. There's no independent psychological examination findings. There's very little here to address the ALJ's finding that she demonstrated global incompetence in pharmacy law. As to the issue of costs, the decision and order required payment within 60 days, and she's past due on that. She's made a payment of $200, but wants the rest dismissed or reduced, claiming financial hardship. But the evidence shows that she was employed, purchased a house, and could have done more in paying down these costs, but instead chose to spend her money elsewhere, including suing the board. So the people cannot recommend this petition. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, a brief close.
Your Honor, I had asked earlier if I could mention in matter that I don't know that it was appropriate to mention in questioning, and I'd crave your indulgence and the board's at this time to raise it.
I believe you said you wanted to talk about the rehabilitative criteria.
No, Your Honor. This was a matter that should be viewed, we believe, in mitigation with regard to the board's findings or at the time.
Okay, briefly, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at the time of the board hearing, client Anita Quigg was represented by Tony Park from the Park Law Firm. Park Law Firm at that time also represented the Fantastic Pharmacy, and the owner of that pharmacy, Mr. Ruben Datchvin. At the time of the board investigation into the allegations, attorneys for the Park Law Firm submitted documentation that would tend to implicate Ms. McQuigg and would exculpate the owner, Mr. Rubin. The Park Law Firm abruptly terminated representation for Ms. McQuigg, citing conflict of interest, but continued throughout the board hearing to represent Fantastic Pharmacy, or through the investigation, represent Fantastic Pharmacy and the owner, Mr. Rubin, without any written informed consent on the part of Ms. McQuigg. To our knowledge, no disciplinary action or we know of had occurred with regard to the owner himself. And Ms. McQuigg has had her license revoked as a result. As a result of this, there was a lawsuit filed for
Mr. Knight, I'm unclear how this is going towards mitigation or rehabilitation. I understand that there were circumstances in the prior hearing, but
It goes towards mitigation because we believe that Anita had inadequate assistance of counsel at the time of the hearing. And counsel not only was inadequate, but counsel worked at cross purposes with her interests by submitting documentation that would tend to incriminate her and advantage his other client who was paying his bills.
Okay,
And
I understand. I understand the argument. I'd like you to move on to your closing.
so, if I may, we believe her due process was not fully honored in that. But with regard to the closing, I'd state here, as I'd state in the beginning, that Anita McQuaig has worked as a pharmacist for over 30 years prior to this incident. I'd like to note that this incident or the investigation that gave rise to the revocation of her license occurred because a prior pharmacist who had worked at Fantastic Pharmacy made allegations against that company and then subsequently resigned, at which point she was hired to then deal with the consequences of that report unknowingly. Having said that, while she attempted to cover for her employers and did what she did, which was misconduct and inexcusable misconduct, she has repeatedly, upon my questioning and upon the hearing of the board, acknowledged that her falsification of medical records and her subversion of the agency's investigation and her overall conduct or misconduct in this instance was dead wrong. The last petitioner had a 3-year separation since their revocation license. Her license has been revoked for over 4 years. She is essentially a single mother with a disabled child to take responsibility for since her divorce on her own. She has provided the board with information as to the type of salary that she makes, and the board is well aware of the cost of living that is associated with life in California. And so all of these factors should be taken in consideration when rendering judgment on her application. She has taken, again, responsibility for the misconduct, and she has completed training subsequent to the revocation of her license in ethics, has volunteered, and has shown a willingness to do more training and to do any work that is recommended by this board should she be given an opportunity to practice the craft which she spent so many years to learn and train in. We respectfully request that you give her that opportunity and that you let her know what it is she can do to become a practicing pharmacist again, and any change that she can make to remedy this past misconduct. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knight. At this point, the record is closed. The matter is submitted. We are off the record. Mr. Knight and Ms. Beersell-McQuigg, thank you for your time. You are free to go.
Thank you.
I turn it back over to the board chair. Committee chair, sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Yes, I think given the time, we're gonna have to break for lunch. Let me check in with the other board members. Is it okay with you all if we do 45 minutes instead of a full hour? Will that be enough? I see a thumbs up from Trevor, everyone else. Okay, great. So let's do 45 minutes and we'll come back at 1:15. And Your Honor, can I ask just one thing for after the break? Everyone else is free to go. If possible, can we at the beginning of each petition remind them that we've reviewed their whole packet, and if they can really focus on what they've done for rehabilitation, we don't really need them to like review the case or whatever, if that's possible.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, that's been
Okay.
helpful in the past sometimes. So great,
Okay.
everyone's free to go. We'll see you all at 1:15. Thanks.
And this is the moderator. Are we having any luck with sound in the room? We do have a public meeting room. We are reconnecting, but since none of the participants are in that room, we can move forward if you choose to. Let's see.
Got it. I'll go ahead and move forward. Do you need us to wait for you to test anything, Anne, or are they not ready at this point?
I believe everything is as ready as it's going to be.
Got it. All right, then we'll just go ahead and get started. I'm gonna start with a roll call vote. Do we need to be recording or on the record for that?
The recording is still going, so we are on the record.
Perfect. Okay. Trevor, are you back? Not seeing Trevor. All right, let me check everybody else and I'll come back around. Jeff?
Nicole, for the record, there are no people in the meeting room, and we can hear everything. And we can hear everything.
Great, thank you, Shelley. Jeff Hughes, are you back? Thank you, Jeff. Satinder Sandhu? I don't see Satinder either. All right. Maria?
I'm here.
Okay, let me try one more time. Trevor? Okay, I don't think Trevor and Satinder are back yet, so we need them for quorum. So we need to hold on just a moment. Trevor says that they are here, that they just need to be promoted. Can someone pull Trevor back up to?
Oh, certainly. My apologies. I didn't
Thank
realize
you.
they had logged off completely. Okay, Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I am here.
There you go.
Great, thank you. Trevor's here. So I think we're just waiting on Satinder. And I believe someone has reached out to them, so let's just give them a moment to get back. Moderator Anne, is everything all set for the next petitioner and or their counsel?
Yes, Jamal Watts has been promoted and is ready, tested mic and camera. Jamal, do you have any counsel or attorney that you'd like?
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. So we'll just hold on a moment for Satinder. Apologies, everyone.
And can you hear me?
Oh, quietly, but yes.
Okay, I think our audio is back up in the hearing room if you're hearing this.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, there's some issues, but hopefully we can stay on, but I'll keep an eye on it too.
All right, and so we do not have any further public comment coming, so if we do lose you, then I guess that's what happens.
Okay, we have not heard back from Satinder at this point, but we do still have quorum, so I'm going to go ahead and let us get started. If a moderator, Anne, if you see Satinder come back, if you could let us know when they arrive so we can put it on the record, that would be appreciated.
Right, his connection is still connected. I did send a request to unmute, so.
Okay, yeah, we reached, Anne reached out, Executive Officer Anne reached out, and we haven't heard back, so
okay.
We'll just get started. Judge Rowan, I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It might just be me, but I don't see the petitioner. So if Mr. Jamal Watts is here, could you please turn on your camera? I'm not seeing you. Oh, I see you now. Could you say hello again? Because I didn't hear you before.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me fine?
Okay, great. Yes, thank you. I have the petition packet that was submitted. I have Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 uploaded in Case Center. Were there any other documents that were to be presented today that I don't currently have in front of me, Ms. Trauma?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Watts, you were able to provide any documentation to the board or to Ms. Trauma beforehand?
Yes, yes. I still have it.
Okay. So once we go on the record, I'll explain how the hearing will proceed today. The hearing is being recorded, so we all just need to remember not to talk over each other. We are on the record. We're on the record before a committee of the Board of Pharmacy to review the petition for reinstatement by Jamal Darrell Watts, OAH number 2025-020966. My name is Heather Rowan. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Prior to going on the record today, we established there is a quorum of the committee present. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General, please?
Good afternoon, Deputy Attorney General Nicole Trauma, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California under Government Code Section 11522.
Thank you. And Mr. Watts, you're representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. A quick overview of the hearing today. I will ask the Deputy Attorney General to give an overview of the case, provide us an orientation. After that, I'll ask you to, if you'd like to speak on your own behalf regarding why your license should be reinstated. If you decide to testify on your own behalf, I'll swear you in and take your testimony under oath. After that, I'll ask Ms. Trauma if she has questions for you, and then I'll open up questions to the board. The board is particularly concerned today with the rehabilitation you may have engaged in since your license revocation. The board has the benefit of reading the petition packet. We'll talk about the exhibit that's been uploaded in a few minutes. You don't have to repeat what's in the packet. The board is interested in hearing from you regarding your rehabilitation since your revocation, as I said, and they would like to hear from you in your words rather than relying on the documentation. Following the hearing, the board will go into closed session to deliberate. So you will not get a decision today. You'll receive a written decision sometime in the future. Before we begin, do you have any questions, Mr. Watts?
Yes, based on the decision, I think I read somewhere between six weeks. Was it?
When you'll get the decision?
Yes.
On the outside, it's about 130 days. It could be before that.
Okay. I see.
Okay.
And be able to have an open statement.
Yes. So I'm going to ask Ms. Trauma to give an overview of the case, and then when I swear you in, you're welcome to make an opening statement. You can say, you can discuss anything that you would like in that opening statement. It's going to serve as your testimony. And then I will ask Ms. Trauma and the committee members to ask you questions. So your opening statement will be given under oath after Ms. Trauma's statement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
No, that'll do it.
All right. Ms. Trauma, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We are here today on a petition for reinstatement of a pharmacy technician license. The underlying accusation was based on an October 2nd, 2020 complaint that petitioner's pre-employment drug test showed positive for cocaine. A board inspector interviewed petitioner, and he admitted to having an addiction for a lengthy time period and having gone to rehab prior. He admitted he failed the drug test and was told to not return to work. Accordingly, an accusation was filed alleging that petitioner engaged in acts involving moral turpitude, dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or corruption, unprofessional conduct, and unlawful possession of a controlled substance. Petitioner's technician license was revoked by default effective August 18th, 2021. He has now filed a petition for reinstatement, and included in his petition packet are the following documents. 4 letters of recommendation. However, one of the authors denied writing or signing the letter during the board's verification process. He also included screenshots of quizzes from the PTCB, and also a copy of the rules and guidelines at the Sober Souls Ranch. Exhibit 1 is the petition packet, which includes all of the documents that petitioner has attached to his petition, as well as a notice of hearing, the license history certification, and the memorandum to the board, and the underlying default decision and order. The members have all received a copy of the same set of exhibits. Petitioner has also received a copy, and that petition packet has been filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings as it has been uploaded to case lines. The entire petition packet is Bates labeled AGO 001 through AGO 44, and in case lines that is A41 through A44. At this time, I request that that be marked as Exhibit 1 and admitted into evidence.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
This is the committee chair. Satinder has Satinder, can you announce your presence?
Present. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Ms. Trauma, I want to clarify because you said A41 through A44. I'm assuming based on what I'm looking at that it's A1 through 44. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, A1 through A44. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Watts, are you familiar with the documents that Ms. Trauma just described that are marked as Petition Packet Exhibit 1?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Any objections to my admitting these documents as evidence?
No.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to also identify Exhibit 2, the declaration from Trang An Tran. That has been served on petitioner, has been provided to the board members, and it was uploaded to case lines. It's marked A45 through A49. I request that that be marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2.
All right, thank you. Mr. Watts, are you familiar with the declaration that has been marked Exhibit 2?
Yes, I am.
Any objections to my admitting Exhibit 2?
No, there isn't. I think there was just a miscommunication on that one.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to discuss that during your testimony, and at this point, I will admit Exhibit 2.
Thank you. It's now petitioner's opportunity to address the board.
All right, thank you. Mr. Watts, sounded like you said you wanted to make a statement, so I'm going to swear you in and take any statements that you make under oath. Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Will you please say and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Jamal Darrell Watts. That's MAL DARREL WAT.
Thank you. Mr. Watts, I don't know if it's me or if it's everyone, but your sound is just a little bit spotty. So I just will ask you to speak up. Sometimes scooching closer helps. And at this time, if you wanted to give your opening statement or provide the board with other information regarding your rehabilitation since revocation, the floor is yours.
Okay, sure, no problem. To the board, hello and good afternoon, and greetings to the board administrative law judge and deputy attorney general. Thank you for having me on behalf of the State Board of Pharmacy for petition of reinstate of license revocation. I kindly come here to state my rehabilitation and my maintaining pharmacy knowledge and skill. Since revocation of my license, I have over 250 hours dedicated to going to AA meetings, NA meetings, and rehabilitational facilities. I have come to understand and utilize the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, where I've come to accomplish my sobriety as of the 15th of June, 2021. I began meeting and have attended the rehab facility of Tarzana Treatment Center in the month and year of December 2021. I have fulfilled fundamental knowledge and self-awareness when it comes to eliminating my addiction and how to resolve and keep my sobriety, followed with a peace of mind. I have also continued education of pharmacy knowledge by participating in ongoing courses to stay readily and freshly educated and skilled towards my pharmacy technician duties and intellect. It's been a great deal of effort while doing so, and very liberating doing so as well. It's also been very inspiring as well, for this is an inspiration for me as an example of giving back to those with similar orientations. All in all, and at the end of the day, through diligence and confidence, I'm enlightened and inspired at the effort of gaining my sobriety. Thank you once again to the board for giving me this opportunity for petition of my license. Thank you to administration law judge for letting me speak. And thank you to the Deputy Attorney General for having me here today at MIT on behalf of my character and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Excuse me. Ms. Chama, would you like to ask any questions of Mr. Watts?
Yes, please. Mr. Watts, at Exhibit 2, Pharmacist Tran signed a declaration indicating that the letter that you submitted with your petition packet was not a letter that she wrote. Can you Well, first of all, did you write the letter?
Yes, only because she gave me the authorizations. I got a hold of her and asked if she could write a letter of recommendation. I don't know if it was a misunderstanding, but things became time constraint, and I hadn't heard back from her, and she said yes, and I just went on to let her know that I needed this letter, and she said yes. A letter can be, a letter can be written, and and it wasn't written, but she did say yes she would, and it was going on, and I went on and forth with pursuing the letter, with going on with the letter.
Did you show her the letter before you submitted it?
No, only because I couldn't contact her back.
Why couldn't you contact her back?
I'm sorry.
Why not? Why couldn't you contact her?
I didn't. I didn't get a hold of the letter. I mean, her number. And by the time I got a hold of her, she had already just not responded. So I don't know if she got the letter or not.
Did you sign pharmacist Tran's name on the letter?
Yes, only because she gave me permission to.
She gave you permission to sign her name on a letter?
Write the letter.
She gave you permission to write the letter and sign her name?
Yeah, because she said, I think it was a misunderstanding, miscommunication, for her, on behalf of what I was asking for, and I was, like I said, I was time constrained. I was a little bit too antsy about it because I just wanted to submit on time. So yes.
Okay, so in her declaration, she says that she didn't authorize anyone to write a letter or sign her name. How do you respond to that?
That it was just a miscommunication.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you worked with pharmacist Tran?
This was back in the year of 2014.
And how often do you keep in communication with her since 2014?
Not very much, other than the quick hello.
Okay. And then you also submitted a letter from pharmacist Anna Nguyen. When did you work with her?
From the years 2012, I believe, to the year of 2014 as well.
Okay. And how often do you keep in communication with pharmacist Nguyen since you stopped working with her in 2014?
Every once in a while, probably about like once a year.
Okay. What if anything, did you tell her about your disciplinary action?
That I had my license revoked, and that I needed a letter of recommendation to have my license reinstated.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about why it was revoked?
I don't remember. I actually do. It was. I told her it was revoked because of a failed drug screen.
Okay. You also submitted a letter from Jonathan Chang. Who is he?
He's one of the managers here at my sober living.
Okay. And we'll get into that in a minute. I have some questions about that. But Mr. Chang purportedly told board staff that you seem to be doing well and that if you work there, you need to be taking your antipsychotic medication. Do you know what Mr. Chang's referring to?
Yeah, I have medication that is prescribed to me from my doctor. And some of them are from my psychiatrist, some of them are from my PCP. And yes, I do have antipsychotic medication. I don't know where he had deliberated that from, but yes, I take all my prescribed medication as prescribed.
Okay. And you're still on medications?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what is that treating exactly?
Well, like I said, I have Crohn's disease, so I have some from my gastroenterologist. Like Stellara. I have my PCP, which I I have a set of medications prescribed from her, which is blood pressure medication, potassium, and Protonics. Because, like I said, I have Crohn's disease, which is it's a part of what my is, which is a side effect of my addiction, which is a side effect of Crohn's disease, which is the addiction. And let's see. And from my psychiatrist, I have some antipsychotic meds as well.
The antipsychotic meds treating.
I'm sorry.
What are those medications? The ones from your psychiatrist? What are those treating?
It's Haldol. It's
Okay,
Haldol, and it's to treat.
Thank you.
It's to yes. I'm sorry. It's to treat just anxiety and restlessness. I also take cogentin along with it because I have a really bad side effect with restless legs. So I take that along with the Haldol, and it's to help me sleep and at night and for the anxiety.
The letter from Sober Souls Ranch at AGO 27 or A27 states that you were dually diagnosed. Do you know what the dual diagnosis is?
Yes, the dual diagnosis is for let's see. It's for a little bit of, I think it was schizophrenia and anxiety.
Okay. And then are also substance use disorder?
No,
You've never been diagnosed with substance use disorder?
any medication for it.
I understand. Have you ever been diagnosed with substance use disorder?
Yes, I have, just because of all the medications I've taken throughout my life as a Crohn's disease patient. And yeah, I don't take medication for it though. I just go to therapy and I go to meetings as well. Hence me living in a sober living home.
Okay. And why didn't you disclose anything about your mental conditions in your petition packet?
Only because I thought it just pertained to just my addiction abuse. If anything, it's as far as mental, it's not that big of a deal. It's not a huge it's not a huge big deal unless it's like, I mean, it's also you suffer a lot from depression. So I just didn't think to mention that to my petition, simply as that, because I thought it just had to do with all addiction, as I read in the format.
Okay.
None of the questions asked. That's the only reason I don't have anything to hide about it.
I'm sorry,
Nor feel,
I didn't get the last thing you said. You said none of the what?
I said none of that was asked in the petition application. And it's not like, that's nothing I'm willing to inform, I don't have anything to hide about that or anything. And also at the same time, I'll be willing and freely to give that information now.
The petition asked if you ever received treatment for a mental disorder, didn't it?
Oh, yes, it did actually. I just didn't think to do it because it was just a depression med, which I do suffer.
I'm sorry, your audio is cutting out. You're going to have to repeat your answer.
I was saying what it is that, the reason I'm taking the medication is for antidepressant. I felt like the addiction side of it was actually way more what the the subject of the license or the subject of the application was. I just didn't think to put it down.
Okay.
There's nothing to try to undisclose or anything.
Okay. You mentioned an addiction. That was an addiction to cocaine?
Yes.
And when did you start using cocaine?
Just on and off, like around 2016, around when my, like I would, around when a lot more of my Crohn's disease pain would come back. And that's only because I didn't get any pain medication and that took away the pain.
Okay, so you began
well.
using in 2016?
That's correct.
Okay, and when do you think you developed an addiction to cocaine?
Probably around like later that year. Yeah.
And you went to rehab in 2016 or sorry, strike that. You went to rehab prior to the rehab program at Tarzana Treatment Center, correct?
I you saying that I went to rehab prior to Tarzana? No, that's the same facility that I went to.
Okay. Did you go to Tarzana Treatment Center prior to 2021?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the first time you went to rehab. Was that Tarzana Treatment Center?
Yes, it
And
has.
what year was
Yes.
that?
That was, or actually, it was all 2021. Yes, it was all 2021. Before it was just with my, it was through my, insurance, my medical health care, and I just did. What did I do? I just did therapy. I just did group meetings. So it wasn't. I didn't go to it twice. It was just once, that one time, and that was after my revocation in the year of 2021, in the year of 2021. Yes.
Okay, so in 2016, you started using, you developed an
Yes.
addiction. When did you start going to groups to address your addiction?
I believe that was, let's see, that was, I think it was around like 2017. Yeah.
Okay, and where did you have a period of sobriety after attending groups?
I'm sorry.
Did you have a period of sobriety where you weren't using after you started
Yeah.
attending those groups?
Yes.
And how long approximately was that?
I would say probably about, used to be off and on, but I think the longest spree that I had was probably around like 9 months, 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you began using again, correct?
Yes, relapse, it's considered a relapse.
Relapse, thank you. When was that, if you recall?
Um, Probably like around, probably about a few months after, I started group. So I'd say around like 2000, like the end of 2017, around, and then some in 2018 as well.
Okay,
If-
and
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, well, I said it would be relapses that were off and on, like I would relapse I would relapse in one time in the month, and then I would be sober for like 3 months, and then I would relapse again. But with me going through meetings, it's stated to just keep showing up so I can retain my sobriety.
Okay, and did that continue until you got sober in June of 2021?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Sorry about that.
Sorry, that the off and on, the relapse use, did that sort of behavior continue until you finally got sober on June 15th, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you started Tarzana in November or December of 2021?
It was December 2021.
Okay. And then you continued on with that program until March of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did that program consist of exactly?
It just consisted of going to group meetings. I was a resident, and it consisted of just learning and practicing the 12 steps. A lot of group sessions with the other residents, doing good practices, doing a lot of just getting back to the basics, like a lot of just group activities like arts and craft, um, sharing stories, and doing activities together, like just getting back to just whether it's reading books together, having movie nights, and just a lot of time and just a lot of one-on-one time with me and my counselor to see where we're at in my sobriety, to see where I'm at in the 12 steps, and just to practice the sober sobriety, and continue and continue to retain our sobriety, and to go forth in living with sobriety.
Okay, and then after the Tarzana program, you did an outpatient, like aftercare program through Kaiser Permanente?
I actually did, yes, I did, and that was virtual.
Okay, and then the Kaiser Permanente program was approximately May of 2022 to January of 2023?
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, did you take part in any support groups? Did you do anything with regard to any treatment after that?
Yeah, there was a lot of extracurricular activities. Like as far as support groups, I would go to AA meetings and NA meetings, and then I further pursued to not just live in my own apartment yet. I decided to go to a sober living, and this is where I'm at today.
So I did have a question about that. You started sober living home at Sober Souls in June of 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what was going on between the time that you finished Kaiser Permanente in or around January of 2023 to the time that you decided you needed to go to sober living in June of 2024?
So this is what it is. I had work, so that's the only reason I didn't have the Kaiser therapy a part of my schedule anymore. And I was just living at home with my parents, and so I would do that, and I would occasionally still join group meetings on the weekend. It's not like I just ended with Kaiser. I still attended and AA meetings virtually. And so I would attend AA meetings whenever I had the time. And I was staying at home. And instead of moving out into my own apartment, just out of safety of, not living alone and getting, the thought in my head, to where I would relapse, I thought it was safe. It would be safer to live in a sober living home. And then that way, I can still work and live in a sober living home and continue to go to meetings necessary. It's mandatory to go to meetings, so it all worked out for me in that way.
So was there like a triggering event that led you to go to the sober living home in June of 2024?
Oh, I just wanted to have good practice. There wasn't any triggering event whatsoever. I stuck to my sobriety, and I keep my sobriety, and I'm very proud of my sobriety. I just wanted to go the safe way. And being that there was a couple of things on my credit report history, I couldn't find my own apartment to rent. So this was like perfect ideal, because they don't do credit checks or anything like that. So so that's how that happened, and it's a very safe and safe idea to me to continue to do so. And yeah, to this moment I keep my sobriety. It's unenticing, that phase is over and done in my life. I won't, and to feel triggered is not even a part of me anymore.
So one of the things you're talking about is like not wanting to be like enticed. So how, if you're put back into a pharmacy setting and you're around a bunch of controlled substances, is that going to entice you or be a trigger for you?
Not completely, not, no. And I hold my oath, and I hold my professionalism when it comes to that. That's like something that's never triggered me around working in the pharmacy ever, not once. I could, some people drink alcohol and things like that. My thing wasn't even that. Like I said, sometimes I would relapse with cocaine just because I have Crohn's disease, and I didn't have any proper medication, or I just didn't feel like going to the emergency room. And and so that used to work for me. That's the only reason why I did the substance, why I partaked in the substance. And also it's just, yeah, like, like I said, I retained my sobriety that way.
And you've had no relapses since getting sober on June 15th of 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And at the house that you're at now, you're drug screened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how long, if you know, do you plan on staying in sober living?
Just until, I pay off some credit card bills, just until I pay off enough bills. I have some things on my, on my credit history that I need to pay off. And so where I can set forth and rent and go ahead and go forth with renting my own apartment. I just had surgery on February 7th. So from my Crohn's disease where I had a resection of my bowel. So, I want to be able to, recover safely with that, have a smooth recovery with my surgery, and just eat healthy, and then just catch up on some bills that I need to pay off until I'm able to be able to go ahead and rent a room on my own. So I don't want to be boggled with bills and struggling to pay rent, basically. So that's how long I plan on staying here at the sober living
Okay.
while I'm working and I'm taking care of bills, here at the.
Are you still going to AA or NA?
Yes, I am. We actually hold meetings here in the house.
Do you have a sponsor?
Yes, I do. The sponsor does come to the meetings, and I have worked the steps as well.
And how often are you communicating with your sponsor?
At least once a week.
And you've indicated that some of the triggers was the Crohn's disease and the pain and not having the ability to kind of deal with the pain. How do you handle that now?
Well, I have a new gastroenterologist now, so I'm able to have the prescribed medication that helps me. And I've changed my diet too as well. So if there's any pain at all, I just, at worst come to worst, I just go to the emergency room. But the new medication that's prescribed for me for my Crohn's to keep inflammation down has been prescribed to me by my new gastroenterologist, which is a biomedical injection. So by the name of Stellara. And yeah, that's what I use. And then I just had this surgery too, where I had multiple fistulas in my small intestine. So where there was a resection. So a lot of that pain is definitely eliminated now. And as far as me having pain, and if I were to have pain and not have any prescriptions, I definitely wouldn't result to that definitely wouldn't lead me to purchase or go use cocaine again. It definitely wouldn't, not in any way possible.
Okay. You lost your technician license by default. Why didn't you respond to the accusation?
By default, as in, like, I didn't have a response when it was first approached.
Correct. When the accusation was sent to you, you didn't respond to it, which resulted in your license being taken away by default.
Yeah, I actually do remember that. I think all it came down to it was that I just didn't do it in time, because I do remember that I was just handling life was a little bit stressful at that time, and I was paying a lot of bills, and I just never got to it. I wish I had, though, and I think I did send it, but I sent it late, past the date. I think there was like a 2 week. I believe it was like a 2 week limit. So, it slipped by me, which is why I'm here today asking, petitioning for my license to be reinstated to me, because, I just miss my career. I have a passion for pharmacology and being a pharmacy technician.
If you got your license back, would you be willing to do a term of probation?
Yes, I definitely would.
And if one of those terms was required to drug test, would you be willing to pay for that?
Definitely much so. hands down, I would do it. I think they said it was like once a month, or is it once a week?
It's random. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, yeah, whatever the case may be, I would definitely be willing to do that. Definitely, because my license and me practicing as a pharmacy technician is what's the most important to me. Because like I said, I do have a passion for it. One of the reasons I did become a pharmacy technician was because, I have Crohn's disease, and, I've taken so many different medications throughout my life as a child, that inspired me to be that inspired me to become a pharmacy technician. And it was through Kaiser Permanente. And then I ended up reaching my ultimate goal and becoming a pharmacy technician for Kaiser Permanente. So I just kind of just want to get back to my passion and what I love is and which is being a pharmacy technician.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Trauma. I'm going to turn to the board for questions. Mr. Chandler.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on your sobriety journey. As someone who is also in recovery, I'm always excited to hear from others who are on their own recovery journey. I have a couple questions. The first would be, in your 12-step program, what does step 1 mean to you, and how has it impacted your recovery journey?
Step 1 means a lot. It's just to admit that I have a problem. And, I'm willing to do that. I so safely practice that, being that I am a pharmacy technician, and being that, I've learned and studied about addiction. There's a honeymoon phase, there's a plateau, and then there's a rock bottom. I feel like it's the most healthiest thing to do, because there's so many people to help you. It's like a cry out for help. And I was definitely more than willing to do that, being that I'm a Crohn's disease patient. What do we do? The first initial thought that I have is to ask for help. It's surrounding us and it's there for us. That's how I see it. So that's the most important thing. That's how important step 1 is to me. Just to admit that I do have a problem, that I do have an addiction problem, and I'm here with my hands, free and open and willing to ask for help.
Thank you. And you said you had a sponsor, you go to regular meetings, and so there's a couple of concerns that were raised that I'd like you to address specifically. Obviously, the role of pharmacist technician is a high trust, and so as a part of your packet, uh, there are likely to be concerns that you put down someone else's signature on a letter, as well as neglected to include your mental health history, which mental health can impact sobriety. So, could you directly address the concerns that there are likely to be, that again, being in an a a uh, position of trust, in a position of transparency, um, that we are looking at a petition packet that includes a letter with a signature put down that wasn't the person's, as well as the significant factor of mental health history. And I want to be very clear that the board does not view mental health history as a issue. Um, what is of concern is if that is not fully disclosed. And so I wanted to give you the opportunity to directly address the concerns that we are going to have to face as we discuss this, regarding a, to put it lightly, a forged signature, in addition to a lack of disclosure.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, the main reason for me not putting down mental health issues was just I was more so focused just on the addiction issues. I didn't know that would be a factor. And then at the same time, I don't have anything to hide when it comes to, stating any, if any mental health issues. I rarely see my psychologist. There was a time where I was very stressed out and bogged down. And, a simple fact of my psychiatrist just prescribing me Haldol was there to help because I had a really bad sleeping. I had really bad sleeping. I couldn't sleep. It sounded like I had a ringing in my ear. So, he had prescribed that, I didn't think that was a huge way or factor towards versus my addiction. So that's the only reason I didn't put it down. It wasn't anything else. And and as far as the statement being made and one of the authors, that's something that's very much under control. And I still continue to take that prescribed medication. I think and that's just that about that. And as far as that being an issue bigger than addiction, that's the only reason why I guess I just didn't write it down. I didn't think that that would be a particular issue that would be brought up, but if anything, that's like that's very much taken care of to where I get much better sleep, and the ringing in my ears have very much dissipated, and yeah, it doesn't cause me or harm me too many bad side effects, like restless leg syndrome. I'm fine, and I'm able to get better sleep. As far as the letter, I became a little bit too antsy. I I wasn't getting any response fast enough, and all the other letters were written. And I am very trustworthy. I am. I've been a great technician since I received my license, since I started my first pharmacy technician job, which was with Walmart Pharmacy. I showed up on time. I do diligent work, and I know those were authors, pharmacists that I could reach out to. It just, I just wanted to meet the deadline, and I think I just wrongfully, I, I just wrongfully accidentally just went a little bit too hastily about that. And, I just, to just here to say sorry, I wouldn't want it to come to that. And there was a miscommunication. I thought there could be a letter of recommendation. I think what she meant was like just a, just a, a reference. I think she took it as a reference, and she said yes, and I just went on about it hastily and didn't think too much about it. I didn't think it through basically, and even though she would have been willingly to write a letter, so that's where I'm with that.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes?
Yes, Mr. Watts. I appreciate the fact that you stood up here in front of the board yourself to discuss, these issues. I have a son with mental health issues. I got a son with drug issues. Same guy, and I understand kind of that plight. I do struggle with, the forged letter, just like Trevor had actually already mentioned. So I don't need to rehash everything. But I certainly had questions about Miss Tran's letter that you had asked her to write. I don't know what the time frame was or when this request was put out to her and when it had to be turned in by, that it was so rushed. But you felt so drawn to having that added to your packet that you were okay with writing a letter and then signing her name without her seeing it. to me, that's a big risk on your part for sure. In regards to the mental health issue that maybe wasn't reported, maybe it was a misunderstanding or not, I don't know. But certainly, like Trevor has said, the fact that there is a mental health a background, whether it's anxiety due to your Crohn's, certainly some of the things that you were describing regarding some things that you're feeling with restless legs, sleeping disorders, or sleep issues. Some of those things definitely could go hand in hand with some of the medications or some of those drugs that you were self-medicating with. So hopefully within the last 4 years of sobriety, you're on the right path. But like I said, I really struggle with, it would be a much easier decision for me if you had not added either that letter from Tran Trang, or at least got that proper signature. But just like Trevor said, honesty is so important in this position, and I struggle with that one. So I do appreciate the fact that you're okay with probation, because I definitely see that would be something that would be very necessary for me moving forward. And that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Shandu? Any questions?
Hello, Mr. Watts. Thank you for, yes, I do have a few questions, for Mr. Watts, Your Honor. So first of all, thank you for coming, and congratulations on so far on your sobriety, and I hope you continue.
Thank you.
Just like Jeff Hughes, the other board members have concern. So what I want to hear is that, you're regretful that you did the act of signing the letter, and you, knowing that you missed the disclosing the mental illness on the letter. The reason my concern is that sometimes in the pharmacy, as you know, as a technician, there's things that you can't do unless pharmacists say yes or no. So like there's a prescription can't be released if there's required the consultation, for example. So in those kind of scenarios where patient is pressuring you, or they're yelling at you, screaming at you, in those scenarios, how would you make, from what you just described, how would you handle those kind of scenarios?
Good question. I would, for the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to dealing with an irate patient, or a patient that's angry, or I've been trained to diffuse that situation, and that's what I basically do. It's a yes or no, and usually when it's coming down to that patient, the patient has to understand that there's a process, there's a set of rules when it comes to medications being prescribed, or whatever it may be that they're hostile about. I was first to explain it to them in a way, in a sympathetic, in an empathetic way, to diffuse them and let them know that we cannot, whatever it is that they're arguing about, is that we cannot go forth with what you're arguing with, and what it pertains to. We can't move forward. And I'm not, and if further comes the motion, and and at the most, if they still have any questions, that's when I'll call over the pharmacist for consultation. It's out of my hands to make that decision, and that's what I would motion to, is to have, after explaining how much I can do and how I can't go any further with the patient, I could have the pharmacist further explain it to you. And that's really the motion of what I'm used to. It's happened over 100 times. And that's what I'm willing to do, just as an honest technician. I've never crossed that line, or went about it in an unethical way, where even if it was a slip up where I accidentally may give a consultation. No, it's just, I know where those barriers are and those lines are, to where, okay, this is the most I can explain to you. So I'll just have my pharmacist go over the rest of your prescription, or the rest of this situation with you, and they could better further explain it to you. And that's when I would call over the pharmacist to have a consultation with the patient. And, like I said, that's something that I've dealt with plenty of times with the patient or member that I'm helping out at the moment. And my main focus is to just diffuse the hostility before we can move forward. So we won't have an upset patient, but it does happen. And then at the most, when push comes to shove, that's when I'll motion to our push for the pharmacist to come and consultate the patient if they have any further questions.
That was just one example. The reason for bringing it up was there's many scenarios that come up in pharmacy where being a truthful to the pharmacist makes a really big difference in terms of their clinical judgment and decision-making process. And on the other hand, also, you'll be in pressure situation where you're asked to do things that are not legal or, you may not know, and doing that could have a really adverse reactions for a patient itself. So
yes,
that's all I have, unless you have a comment, Your Honor.
Definitely understood.
No. If that's all, we'll go to Dr. Serpa.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Thank you for coming and presenting your case to us. It sounds like you really have a vision of where you want to go, and I encourage you to continue on that path. I have a couple of questions about, sounds like you have a lot of parent and family support, and you're making some good decisions about going to sober living. So you've had people around you that have helped you. And currently you have remote working, right? So it appears maybe you don't have coworkers that you're working with, or can you tell me a little bit more about your jobs? And it looks like they're remote, and how you interact with people at work?
Yeah, not a problem. So that's a good question too. Yeah, I've been, so I haven't been with any occupation related to the pharmacy. It's been a lot of PSR jobs like patient service representative, prior authorization specialist. And yes, they've been like contract to hire remote jobs. So I've been bouncing around. But I could explain you for that from my last remote job, just working within insurance. It's been great, love it, I mean, to travel anywhere. It's
Your audio's breaking up again. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. I know I got bad Wi-Fi service in here, but
Okay.
sorry about that. But I'll go ahead and repeat myself. Yeah, like when it comes to the remote jobs, they're completely fine. First off being that I don't have to travel anywhere. I can, I'm in the comfort of my own workspace at home. And those jobs are very good, it's a hire from from a skill that I learned as a pharmacy technician, as far as when it comes to like insurance verifications. So that's where I get my experience from, and having those jobs like at United Health Group or IQVIA, to where I can use those skills that I learned from the pharmacy and apply it to this position that I received remote. And it's understood. I even tell my management team that yeah, that was my specialty, and I do have a lot of experience with insurance and prior authorizations when it comes to the patient, and they go good. That it's another new skill that I learned. It's not just medication prior authorizations or submittals. It's for like just procedures. And they give good training to where I work with a team, and it's all virtual, which is fine with me. Like I said, I think the good takeaways is like I don't have to travel anywhere, so I don't have to drive. And anytime that I would need them, they're, through my headset. And yeah, and I get the same hours. And it's very team oriented and very goal oriented. So that's what I like the most about working remote, is that I'm always with a set team, And if I have any questions, I can just quickly just tap them. And it's the virtual response that I like, that I enjoy from the remote occupations, from the remote jobs that I get. I recently, that last remote job that I had ended, it was in May 2024. And I've been looking for job placement since. And I did in December, which was an on-site. Uh, and that one was fine. The contract had ended, so I had to bounce to another job, which I just got hired for at a hospital this time, and it's for just patient registration. So once again, it's all used from insurance skills and duties that I've done in the past in the pharmacy. But as far as the remote, yeah, I love, I very much enjoy working remotely. It's very convenient, and like I said, it's very team structured. Um, and so, wherever I'm at with the team, I could always, always reach out to them, and there's a lot of meetings throughout the day, so to make sure that our numbers are correct. So yeah, it's very it's very convenient, it's very enjoyable, and it's a different experience altogether just working remote. Sometimes, I do miss having that face-to-face contact with the patient, but like I said, I do enjoy working remote as well, just because we have that team factor, and also at the same time, it's all virtual fitting. It's just getting used to the software and being able to reach to my manager is really easy. Just using messages, team messages, Microsoft Teams, and things like that, and being able to reach out and having a response fairly quickly is something I enjoy. And the convenience of a remote job is something that I definitely enjoy as well.
The reason I asked that is because I was worried about you not having a lot of interaction with people, but currently you have an in-person job where you work with people and you see people and you interact with people. So how big of a group of coworkers do you currently have at the hospital patient registration?
Yes. I actually have a team of it's around four. I just recently got the job. I just recently accepted the offer like with this past week. So I'm still
Okay.
going through onboarding and orientation. And like you said, I just it's on site. So I'm just like thrilled that I'll be back face to face with the patient. Just that's like that's my joy of working in the medical field, just being back to the patient in that way. Just like, medical healthcare professionals were able to help me out as a Crohn's disease patient. So that's like a huge factor. It'll feel good just to travel on site and help the patient out as a one-on-one basis, with me registering the patient, as in checking them in for their appointment, whether it's through x-ray or just an appointment with their PCP, and having them on their way. So that's this current position that I just got offered to me is it's been a great delight to me. I've been thrilled to be able to move forth with it. And like I said, it's just the whole motion of going through learning their software, and which is interesting as well, and which is fun as well to be able to go forth with that. And like I said, just use the skills that I have from the past and working with the pharmacy as far as insurance. Although I still very much miss working in the pharmacy, just because, like I said, I have a passion for pharmacology, and working as a pharmacy technician, it's still at the same time, I'm just glad to be working one-on-one with the patient and with the team as well. I'll get to know them a little bit more as well as my first day is approaching.
Mhm. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I think you're on the right path to reaching your goal, and interacting with more people and being around people, I think, is very beneficial. I was a little concerned when you did not seem to have a lot of people around you. It was your family, your sober living residents. It's a very unique, safe environment. And I'm glad that you're getting out into the world and growing more. And that experience, I think that you have really a great opportunity to reach your goal. So keep going. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Dr. Chabot, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Watts, thank you so much for being here with us today, and we really appreciate you sharing your story about your sobriety. Congratulations. Really quick, a lot of my questions were already covered, but it's becoming maybe more known in the medical community. This is a very specific question, so if you don't know, please don't. This piqued my interest. It's becoming more known that there is a link between your gut health and what's happening in your GI tract and mental health. It's been shown that you can make an impact to your mental health based on what's going on in your GI tract. And now, obviously, you've had Crohn's disease since childhood, a very hard to deal with chronic illness. And I know you said you had mental health issues, but you're working on your Crohn's disease. Have you found there to be a link between these two, or any benefit to your mental health with treating your Crohn's disease?
Yes, I have. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I think about that. And having that gut feeling, it does affect you. It's your pain receptors are going crazy, and it's nothing like a sour stomach. And in my case, I've had fistulas in my intestine. And it does, it kind of puts you in like just a strained kind of just way. You got to be picky with what you eat. And you kind of, for me, I kind of get depressed over it, but but in another way, I kind of just, it's kind of like a waiting game. I just, whatever's going on down there, I kind of just let it take effect, and then when it's over, it's like, okay, I'm back to normal. So, but it does go, Crohn's disease definitely does have an effect on your mental health. It's depression is one of the big ones. I mean, that's what I had, because I would wonder why is this all happening. But the good thing, I have great gastroenterologists, great doctors, and one of the medications that really helped for that was Cymbalta, duloxetine. So because it affects the mental, and it affects, it helps with the inflammation as well, because I feel like, I told myself this years ago, I feel like Crohn's disease starts in the mind, because I think it's like nervousness. It's nervousness, and it triggers something that happened to make your intestines move a certain way. And I feel like that's all where it came from, because I would, a lot of stress, you get ulcers, and it's ulcer colitis, so that's interesting that you brought that up. I'm glad you did. And one thing to help with that is not only just physical exercises like slowing down my breathing or meditating, but also, I come to find with my gastroenterologist that duloxetine is actually helps for that as well, because I've taken that medication as well.
Well, thank you so much for answering. I appreciate your vulnerability today. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to move into brief closing statements. Before I do that, Mr. Watts, I want to make sure that you had a chance to say what you wanted to say, and then we'll move into closing statements, and you can sum up anything that you may not have said or that you have already said. So have you given the testimony you intended to, is my question.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Very much so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then, Ms. Trauma, would you like to give a brief close?
Yes. The people cannot recommend this petition in light of Pharmacist Tran's declaration that she didn't author or authorize this letter that petitioner submitted in his packet. Business and Professions Code 4309, which is the board's petition for reinstatement statute, requires that petitioner provide 2 recommendations from holders of licensees issued by the board. Because pharmacist Tran didn't provide this recommendation, petitioner cannot meet the elements of Business and Professions Code 4309. Unfortunately, this act also calls into question petitioner's judgment. It is unreasonable to think that you can write a letter and sign a letter under penalty of perjury for someone who hasn't even seen it. Technicians must be honest and trustworthy given their highly sensitive patient information that they have access to, and then they also have access to controlled substances and dangerous drugs. So this is concerning, as the committee members have pointed out. The petitioner submitted a letter that was not authorized. Petitioner has a history of drug use and mental conditions. The mental conditions weren't addressed in the petition packet. While petitioner should be commended for gaining his sobriety, the rehabilitation evidence attached to the packet is lacking. We have the documentation of his current living situation at Sober Souls, but unfortunately, we don't have any documentation to support the other rehabilitation programs, including the Tarzana inpatient program and the Kaiser Permanente aftercare program. And we also don't have any evidence of the attendance at the AA or NA meetings, which occurred after the Kaiser program and up to entering into the sober living house. We don't have any documentation about petitioner's dual diagnosis that was referred to by Mr. Chang, or the mental health condition that petitioner requires antipsychotic medication for. Typically, a petitioner would submit a psychological evaluation or information or a letter from a treating psychologist or psychiatrist. That's something that's glaringly missing here. The petition did ask about treatments for mental health programs and information about those programs, as they go hand in hand with the drug rehabilitation, but unfortunately that was omitted. So given the above, people do not believe that this petitioner has met his burden of proof on this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. Mr. Watts, would you like to give a brief closing statement?
Yes, I would. With me being here today, I'm going to say once again to the board and administration law judge. And yes, with these things left out of the application, I very much have a hold on my sobriety and attending meetings. I did not know that there needed to be a submittal of facts for that, but I do attend these meetings, just from my saying. And my mental health is well under control and prescribed correctly. And it will continue to, as long as my doctor or physician prescribes the medication. And also with the written letter, like I said, that was definitely just a wrong miscommunication on behalf of myself, attempting to receive the letter. So a little bit of anxiety became over, but I do have the correct decision makings to be able to continue my profession as a pharmacy technician. And I can definitely be trusted with that. And I definitely look forward to pursuing my career as a pharmacy technician. For it's a passion of it's one of my passions, and it's one of my professions as it is one of the professions that I enjoy. And I feel like there was, as far as the process, as far as the submittal of my petition, I feel like it was that's one of the, as far as the letter of recommendations, that's a huge thing. I won't I won't be so hastily about that, and in a way to where a little bit of miscommunication and lack of response happened. So, I just wanted to say, apologize on my behalf of that, because, I really, I just really want to be able to, practice as a pharmacy technician once more. And like I said, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication that happened on that end, to where, I stated letter of recommendation, and the party, the author took it as using name as a as a recommendation to, for a job opening, which wasn't the case. And I came towards time deadlines, and some of them crossed to where I couldn't get a hold of the author in an amount of time because I had already mailed the application, and that's something that definitely I wouldn't go about again. And like I said, because I very much want to do this correctly as possible in order to retain my license back so I can continue to my profession as a pharmacy technician. And as far as showing evidence of mental health, I just wasn't aware of that was a necessity as to enter with the application, as far as that being the only issue of at hand with that. I didn't know I needed to include that. And also even though it was stated in the application, yeah, I was more focused on the sobriety part of it. Like I said, it wasn't like I was trying to avoid that at all. So yeah, I just like I do continue to take my prescribed medications for mental health, and then it does coincide with addiction. It's very much under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. I appreciate your time, Ms. Trauma, your time today. At this point, the record is closed. The matter is submitted, and we are off the record. Mr. Watts, you're free to go. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
All right. Take care. And Dr. Thibault, I'll leave it to you if you want to move to the next person or take a break.
Sure. Let me check in with the other board members. Where are you all at? Do we need a break or do you want to continue?
I'm good to push through.
Everyone else feel the same? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. We can keep going. Judge Rowan, thank you.
Okay, the last petition is Nirali Shah.
And this is the moderator, Nirali. You should be able, oh, I see you've got your camera turned on. And so let's do a mic check real quick, if that's all right.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Wonderful. And do you have any other people with you, like anyone else logged in to help you with your testimony?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Ms. Shaw, in a moment, we're going to go on the record. I'm going to, and I'll explain the procedure for you when we're on the record. Is there anything we need to address before we go on the record? I do have the petition packet that was uploaded into Case Center. Ms. Trauma, anything to address?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Shaw, anything that we need to address before we go on the record?
No.
All right. Thank you. We are on the record before a committee of the Board of Pharmacy to review the petition for early termination of probation by Nirali Shah, OH number 2025-020967. My name is Heather Rowan. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Prior to going on the record today, a roll was called and we established a quorum of the committee as present. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General, please?
Good afternoon, Deputy Attorney General Nicole Trauma, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California under Government Code Section 11522.
Thank you. And Michelle, you are representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you. So as I said before we went on the record, I'm going to give you a brief overview of how this hearing will be conducted. I will ask the Deputy Attorney General first to give an overview of your case. She will orient us to the matter. After that, I will ask you if you would like to make a presentation. I will, if you'd like to, I will swear you in, take your testimony under oath. Once you have made your statement, I will ask Ms. Trauma if she has any questions for you. And after that, I'll open it up to the board for questions. At this point in the proceedings, the board is concerned with your rehabilitation since the discipline on your license. The board has reviewed the documents in the petition package that Ms. Trauma has provided to both me and the board. You don't have to reiterate what is in the package. The board would like to hear from you in your own words about your rehabilitation. Before we move forward, do you have questions?
No, I do not.
Okay. Once we conclude, the board will deliberate in closed session, and a written decision will be issued to you sometime in the future. You will not be getting a decision today.
Okay.
Ms. Trauma, would you like to start with your opening statement overview?
Yes, we are here today on a petition for early termination of probation. The underlying disciplinary action alleged that petitioner, as the pharmacist in charge at White Cross Pharmacy, held or offered for sale misbranded drugs, accepted returns of dangerous drugs, received returns of controlled substances, held or offered for sale adulterated drugs, failed to maintain a current inventory, failed to execute power of attorney for ordering Schedule II controlled substances, failed to use individual credentials for ordering controlled substances, and failed to report that she ceased acting as a PIC. Specifically, the pharmacy accepted returns of controlled substances and dangerous drugs from facilities and healthcare practitioners, and then redispensed those drugs to patients. The pharmacy accepted returns of dangerous drugs from patients and non-patients and placed the drugs in manufacturer bottles that did not originate. Although it accepted returns for controlled substances, the pharmacy actually did not possess a registration as a collector with the DEA and was not authorized to accept returns of controlled substances. The pharmacy's security measures to safeguard the controlled substances were non-existent or lax. Pharmacy staff shared a digital certificate and key when ordering Schedule II controlled substances. Technicians and other staff ordered and received controlled substances. Petitioner acted as the pharmacist in charge for a period of time, but then did not notify the board in writing that she had ceased acting as the PIC. Effective November 2nd, 2022, petitioner's license was revoked. The revocation was stayed. The license was placed on probation for 35 months, subject to the terms and conditions in the decision. To date, petitioner has been compliant with the terms and conditions of her probation, including the terms that are outlined in the board's memorandum. She has filed a petition for early termination of probation, included 6 letters of recommendation. They're all verified by board staff. She has submitted continuing education certificates, a personal statement from petitioner, and the PBI pharmacy ethics certificate. Exhibit 1 is the petition packet. It includes all of the documents that were attached to her packet. It also includes the notice of hearing, the license history certification, the memo to the board, and the underlying decision and order. The board members and petitioner have been provided with the same copy of the same set of exhibits, and the redacted packet has been filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings and uploaded to Case Center. The entire packet is base labeled AGO 001 through AGO 108. And in case lines, it is A1 through A108. We, at this time, request that it be marked as Exhibit 1 and that it be admitted into evidence.
Michelle, are you familiar with the documents that Ms. Chapman just explained?
Yes, I'm familiar with the documents she mentioned.
Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the petition packet as evidence?
No, I do not.
All right. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. It is now petitioner's opportunity to address the board.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, if you'd like to give a statement to the board, I will swear you in.
Yes.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Will you please say and spell your name for the record?
My first name is Nirali, Nirali, and my last name is Shah, Shah.
Thank you. So now you're free to address the board if you would like.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Judge, Deputy Attorney General Nicole Trama, and Honorable Board members for taking your valuable time out and allowing me to present my petition for early termination of probation. As stated earlier by Ms. Trama, I have fulfilled all the probation terms with full compliance. I have completed approximately 26 months out of 35 months of probation. For the last 7 years, I have been working as a staff pharmacist at CVS Pharmacy. I take pride in asserting that my work at CVS has been without any compliance incident. I will now briefly discuss my past employment and the violations that occurred at White Cross Pharmacy from my point of view. I worked at White Cross Pharmacy from September 2016 to May 2018, mainly in the capacity of a staff pharmacist. I briefly took on the role of a pharmacist in charge before my departure. My employment was on an immigrant visa and on a salaried basis. I did not receive any bonus during my employment. At the beginning of my employment, I signed a significant amount of documentation. This led me to perceive that I signed a power of attorney that enabled me to place C2 medication orders. In reality, I did not have a power of attorney document that would allow me to place these orders. In retrospect, I should have been more vigilant about the documents I signed. The security and inventory management of controlled substances and psychiatric medications at the store were inadequate. These gaps resulted in the overages of the medications and loss of controlled substances. Over the years of my experience in CVS Pharmacy, I understand the criticality of these gaps. I admit that I failed in carrying out my duties of implementing security measures and proper inventory management. Upon request from my employer, I agreed to take on the role of a pharmacist in charge for the same store. This role did not change my compensation or responsibilities. If I could go in the past, I would have brought up what my change in role involved. Segregation of duties would have helped me become aware of what the role of PIC should be relative to my unchanged duties. I want to acknowledge all the mistakes I have made. I take full responsibility for my inability to follow laws. My lack of knowledge and inexperience resulted in non-compliance at that time. In doing so, I not only risked my license, but I also put people's safety at risk. I'm deeply embarrassed by my unprofessional conduct. I parted from White Cross Pharmacy in May of 2018 and moved to Northern California to reunite with my husband. I joined CVS Pharmacy in July of 2018. When I joined CVS and started working, I immediately realized the stark differences in the policy implementations at chain pharmacy versus independent store. CVS Pharmacy has an advantage of significantly high scale of operations. The laws of pharmacy practice were evaluated thoroughly and implemented through policies, electronic system, inventory control tools, and various security measures to ensure compliance. I witnessed its direct impact on reducing blind spots and chances of errors. It was an honor to work with experienced managers who would diligently perform duties of self-assessment and resolve compliance gaps. I admired them and learned a lot of ways the compliance was enforced, and I started implementing these into my daily practice. I often thought of how I could have done things differently before at White Cross. My license was put on probation in October of 2022. As a probation term, I took the ethics course in January of 2023. That was a complete paradigm shift for my mindset for the practice of pharmacy. I have gained valuable insights about the depths of corresponding responsibilities, PIC's responsibilities, and the boundaries of our professional scope. But most importantly, it was instrumental in identifying the personal risk factors we have for violation potential. A lack of knowledge was one of my risk factors. Since then, I committed myself to ongoing continuing education and learning. To do this, I take CE offered by the board, read pharmacy literature and publications every month. I read the script regularly. I don't think I would have put this much efforts into education if it was not for probation. My home store in Fremont got closed down due to business reasons in November of 2023. Since then, I have floated at 4 to 5 different locations. Every location I work at, I go with mindset focused on compliance, and I help managers to resolve any compliance gaps. My learnings had helped me develop a blueprint of what to expect as a compliant pharmacy. I was able to successfully implement various changes proactively at new pharmacy to prevent potential future infractions in compliance. As a matter of fact, my scheduler started to recognize this, and she used to give me extra hours as she knew I will spend time to thoroughly screen pharmacy for any compliance gaps. On the personal side, I have also identified my yes to everything attitude as another risk factor. I had difficult time declining requests of seniors and colleagues. Also, I was excessively agreeable and accommodative. It is through this learning process that I have become a confident and assertive person. I have learned to set boundaries and communicate effectively without undermining colleagues and instead collaborating with them. Thinking back, when I was put on probation in October of 2022, I was anxious and scared. I had been through a difficult and stressful period of my life where my husband had to go through an organ transplant during COVID, and I was unsure what I was going to face from Board of Pharmacy or whether I was going to lose my license and job. I'm fortunate to have supportive district leader and managers who allowed me to continue to work at CVS. Their support has allowed me to fulfill my probation terms. My experiences have shaped me to become who I am today, and although probation has been demanding and pushed me beyond my limits, it has motivated me to becoming a disciplined pharmacist. Being a pharmacist is a great privilege, which I don't take for granted anymore. I'm fortunate that I have managers and leaders, friends and family who have been so supportive during my journey of probation. I also appreciate and respect my probation inspector, Hilda Nip, for always guiding on how to stay current with laws, offering tools and resources for continuing education. I respect the board and its mission of putting people's safety first. I have learned from my mistakes, and I'm committed to being accountable as I deeply value the trust and the faith others have in me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shah. Ms. Chana, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Do you think you were ready to become pharmacist in charge at the time that you began working as PIC at White Cross?
I don't think that I even knew the difference in the responsibilities. Like I mentioned, I just took on this role as a request from my employer, but I did not understand the scope of my responsibilities or what the scope of PIC responsibilities would be in general at that time.
And how has this experience, if at all, taught you about what it means to be a PIC?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, by going through this experience and by working in a different setting where I worked under a lot of experienced managers and pharmacists in charge, I now understand that pharmacist in charge is a very big responsibility. The pharmacist in charge is pretty much responsible for all the operations and maintaining um, uh, all the operations in the pharmacy, and also maintaining the proper documentation, record keeping, and ensuring that each and every aspect of pharmacy is compliant with law. Pharmacist in charge also has power and authority to do so, um, uh, regardless of the conflict of interest of who is the owner. The pharmacist in charge has that authority to, if something is not in compliance with law, to take actions and uh, make sure that the laws are followed and the policies and procedures in the store are around the law.
Thank you. You know, in your personal statement, you stated, I've witnessed that procedures that the pharmacies adopt are not completely aligned with the foundational ethical principles, which may lead to non-compliance. What did you mean by that statement?
So there are so many gaps when there are when there is a simple setup. The law is not something visible, and if the policies, the the small things in the pharmacy, like making sure that the medications in the bottle matches has the manufacture date, expiration date, a small example like that. If a pharmacy does not follow that, that medication is now being dispensed without any expiration date, which is not clear that until when that medication is good to be consumed. So where I have worked in the setting where sometimes those medication expiration dates are missing, and if your policy is not around that, that is a risk which you are causing to the public. So all the policies, all the simple steps in the pharmacy, uh, which are there, should be properly reviewed and should be around the law.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. You talk about in your statement about how you learned to become more assertive. Do you think that your prior lack of assertiveness or was a factor that led you to be complicit in violations of pharmacy law when you were the pharmacist in charge?
I definitely think that that was one of my risk factor, that uh, I was always hesitant to raise concerns even when I thought that something is not correct. I always thought that never go against your seniors. They have better experience, and the policies they are following has to be ethical. I now understand that that is not the case always. Um, even if you have to raise concerns and escalate it, you should do that in order to make sure that all the things which are done in pharmacy are ethical, are according to the law, and and you should not never put people's safety and your own license at risk in doing so.
And do you think that this process has made you more assertive and confident as a pharmacist, an individual?
Yes, definitely. I now work as a floater, and I work with so many different managers. I do find gaps in compliance still at pharmacies, and I try and I collaborate with the managers, and I'm very assertive when it comes to following of a law. I show them the codes. I go by book, and I try and help them collaborate with me and understand. And all of the time, the managers are always welcoming and open to making changes to make sure that their pharmacy is also compliant and they appreciate my efforts.
Do you think that probation has made you a better practitioner?
Definitely, yes. I am so much focused on educating myself. I take so many continuing education continuing education programs. I read the script regularly. I have made so many efforts in that direction, which I don't think I would have made if I was not on probation.
And in your statement, you talk about how your participation in ethics was important. Why was the ethics course so important?
The ethics course had there was a lot of valuable insights. There were a lot of things which I learned from ethics course that included corresponding responsibility, PIC responsibility, responsibilities, and pharmacist responsibilities. But the one which struck me most was identifying your own risk factors. I know that I did not have proper knowledge, and also my personal risk factors where I tend to just agree and go along and do not try to make any change. Even when I think that something is not right, I do not make an attempt to change it, was my risk factor. And from that point, I started working on those risk factors to make sure that in future, I due to the lack of education and due to my personal risk factor, there is no violation occurring.
Thank you for that. Now, your board probation monitor has not brought any concerns about your pharmacy practice to your attention, correct?
No. Every visit that she has made, she has pointed out a lot of things related to education and better standards, but she has not pointed out any concerns.
Thank you. And your employer, CVS, has not brought any concerns about your pharmacy practice to your attention?
That is correct. I have worked with several different managers now because of my store closure. Now I'm floating at different pharmacies, and I work with a lot of different managers, and none of them have brought any concerns with my practice.
Excellent. What are your plans if the board grants your petition?
I would like to explore more areas of the pharmacy practice. I had tried and got rejected from one of the job which I applied for. I'm hesitant to take managerial positions because currently I cannot due to my probation. But if there is an opportunity, I feel that I'm ready to step up and progress in my career.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. Let's turn to the board committee members. Same order, Mr. Chandler.
Yes, thank you. So with 7 months left on your probation, is there a time sensitivity for while you're requesting early termination?
Yes, so thank you for the question. I am undoubtedly a very confident and a different pharmacist from what I was before. I am committed to education and learning for the rest of my life. I am not able to step up into my career because of probation. And on the personal side, I also am a person who lives with a significant guilt, and the early termination of probation would help alleviate that guilt.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes, Ms. Shaw, my hat's off to you for what appears to be really truly learning from this action that happened in your past, and the fact that you're still considering moving up and learning more in the pharmacist world. You had a misstep as a pick, and now you want to move into a management position, which is even more responsibility. I think it's kind of commendable, and so I would hope that you could stay on that same path and keep doing good work.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sandhu?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Shaw, first of all, I want to thank you for coming in front of us and presenting your case. I'm very impressed with the steps that you took from the mistakes that you made in early part of your career. and reading your statement and the letters that you got seems like, they're very, speak very highly of you. So for that, and the personal proactive steps that you've taken to improve your education and work on your personal risk factors. So with that, I should that you are really a resource for a lot of PICs. They come to you when it comes to compliance questions, regulatory questions, because you're interested in that area. But you also pointed out that you took besides the ethics course, that you also took a communication course for your being assertive, because you found that to be one of your risk factors. So as a part of mitigation, can you share an incident? You said that in your statement just earlier that you come across sometimes gaps in compliance, and you pointed out with assertiveness. Can you share an example where that occurred, and what was the incident and how you intervened, and what was the outcome because of your taking a proactive step?
Yes, thank you for the question. So when I go to different stores, I notice little things in the compliance gaps. Things like the consultations are not always made for the first fill as they should be. I see missing name badges on the technicians. I see that the license on the display are outdated. Although the pharmacy has a current license, the current license is not on the display, it is somewhere in the file. I also see that the medications on the shelf are visible with the personal information of the patient. So I try to point out those gaps. I make sure that the technicians are wearing proper badges with the name tag as required. I make sure that the medications are hidden, or there is like a privacy binders so that their information is not easily visible from the counter. I make sure that the language signs are posted as they should be. I make sure that the current licenses are on the display. I go through self-assessment. Each and every pharmacy I go through each and every point of self-assessment to make sure that it is what it is and it is true, and the pharmacy is also in according to all the steps in the self-assessment. And I point out if there are any gaps to the PIC, and they are more than happy to make changes and make corrections.
Great. And have you had any incident where this was not followed and you had to escalate the situation?
The only place when I had to make an escalation was when one of the store I was floating at, the PIC name was not updated. And in the Board of Pharmacy website, it was coming out as the PIC name of the old PIC. But I checked the documentation and I saw that the PIC change did occur and it was notified. It was just a lag. But at that point, I did not wait, and I did escalate it to my district leader, saying that this name is not matching what we have on Board of Pharmacy. If the documentation is missing or something, there is a glitch, there is a gap, please follow up. And I found that within a week, it was updated for the correct PIC name in the system as well.
Thank you. Impressive. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Dr. Sherpa?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for your great testimony and explanation of your journey. I had just a question about your the application package. One of the sections that you have is a form that says, it says number 6, and let me find it real quick. I lost it here. Number 6, Board of Pharmacy Certificate, it's AGO 27, and then AGO 28 is a blank page. Did you have CEs that you did that were not documented on CPE Monitor that were provided by the Board of Pharmacy that you had wanted to put in that package?
I believe that I did include that as a separate attachment. I know that one CE, which I took for compounding course from FDA, did not appear on CPE Monitor, but I did include that as a separate attachment with the petition.
So, like you mentioned, the ethics course, that's a separate certificate that wouldn't be in CPE Monitor. Did you mean to include that in your package? Because there's a blank page there.
Yes, I meant to include that in my package. I am not sure whether it was not attached properly, but I did take the ethics course from the board and wanted to include that certificate as well.
Great. Well, I appreciate you providing testimony on that, because that's an important thing that I think people don't realize. It's a 6-hour course. It's not just the 1-hour CE that sometimes people mistaken. The ethics course is very complete and takes a lot of your time. And it sounds like you made good use of that time. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Chabot.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us here, Dr. Shaw. I wanted to just ask you about, you mentioned that before this happened, you had been excessively agreeable and had to learn to work on boundaries. I could definitely feel that. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what kind of boundaries you've learned to set as a result of this situation.
Yes, so thank you for bringing that up. So before I was more a follow along person. I did not question anything. I did not question policies and procedures, and and just went on along with whatever is preset. But after this experience of probation, my learning and education, I have learned to be assertive, to say no when it is necessary, and that is with all the explanation a person needs and all the details of the law they need. I will quote it to them. But if something is not going by law, I will make sure that I am expressing that, I'm raising the concerns, and I'm putting a full stop where that this cannot happen, and here are the reasons, and here is what we can do. But if there is something incorrect, I make sure that I am being assertive, I raise my concern, and I don't keep silent.
Great, thank you. I didn't have any other questions. Back to you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chama, I wanted to ask you about the document that there may be a placeholder for, but that is not in the
I just
packet.
looked at my original packet as well to see if maybe it was an uploading error, but I don't see the document. It's also blank on my end from the packet, the original packet. So there may have been some uploading error when it got sent to me.
Okay.
But we do have records, or I can ask a follow-up question of petitioner, but we have records that the ethics course was completed.
Okay, and I'm happy to take the testimony on that point. I just wanted to make sure that we're not missing something that was supposed to be in the packet. Ms. Shaw, I understand that you do have the certificate. It sounds like the board has a certificate as well, so I don't think that there's any issue there. At this point, we can move to closing statements, and as I always do, Ms. Shaw, I just want to make sure that you have provided the testimony you intended to provide if you're ready to move into closing statements.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Ms. Trauma, a brief close, please.
Yes, petitioner's been fully compliant with the terms and conditions of probation, including quarterly reporting, payment of all costs in full, payment of probation monitoring, maintaining employment requirements, completing remedial education, and she has submitted completion of the ethics course that was completed February 12th, 2024, according to board records. Petitioner appears to acknowledge the underlying causes that led to the disciplinary action. She appears very remorseful. She has articulated how the probationary program has made her a better practitioner and the changes that she has made since going on probation. Therefore, the people do not have any concerns about the board granting this petition.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. Ms. Shaw, would you like to give a brief closing statement?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
When you're ready.
I appreciate all the board members for their time today. Due to experience and through learning process, I have become a different and much more confident pharmacist today compared to what I was when I joined White Cross Pharmacy. Taking into account my rehabilitative efforts and my clear record for past 7 years, I humbly request you to consider my petition for early termination. I value the boundaries of the law, and I am committed to uphold the highest standard of pharmacy practice. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Shah. At this point, the record is closed. The matter is submitted, and we are off the record. Thank you both for your time. Ms. Shah, you're free to go. Dr. Chabot, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you so much. So just to give everybody time to get us ready for closed session, we're just going to take a 10-minute break so they can get us all switched over. Do you all, ALJ, DAG, or anyone in the room need anything from us before we take a 10-minute break? No. Okay.
Signing off, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. We'll round up 1 minute, so we'll come back at 3:25, please. So I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Nicole, do you have something to read that talks about we're not coming back from closed session?
I had that. I thought I had that to say at the very end. Hold on. Thank you, Maria. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. I would like to thank members of the public for your participation today. As indicated on the agenda, the committee will now convene in closed session. Adjournment for the day will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other items of business discussed. Adjournment may not be broadcast. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today. All right, thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned for the day. Bye, everyone.